No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it now?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got kept the road, small, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boyka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Utmost 7, Jerome Gayman. Today is Tuesday, the 28th day of October 2025. We are almost there. 2026 is around the corner. We are about to enter a new era. The President of the Republic of Liberia is about to enter his midterm, the third year of his administration. In few months, the President will have exited year number 2 and enter year number 3. That is very significant for those of you who are in academia. When midterm comes around, people become jittery. Midterm, in the middle of the semester, that's what happens. when we get to that particular place called midterm. In few months, the president of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Yuma Boakai, and his entourage, his kitchen cabinet, his gallant men and women who have entered the 3rd year of the 6-year term. There are some political tacticians that say President Joseph Boakai is doing the right thing. It's about time. The first phase of his administration is about to end, and it is time to do some reshuffling. But do we do reshuffle because we want to do reshuffling? Or do we look at a map, look at our promises, our deliverables and outcomes, and look at them and say, this team that is on the field, the defense is not good. We need to replace some key men and women in the defense. Our midfield is not doing too well. We need a midfield general. We are behind 3, 4, 5 different goals. We need a striker, someone that will score some big goals. Or is the president living up to his standard that since this was not my government per se, UP government, but it was a government of coalitions? Those that were brought in from different backgrounds and political persuasions. We have given you 2 years. You have looted, you have paid yourself. It's time to go to bring in the Unity Party stewards to rescue this country. We just listened to the former president of the Republic of Liberia, Charles Gangi Dakwana Taylor. He said, if all things fails, and it requires me to leave, I will leave from here in the twinkle of an eye. Is President Joseph Boakai telling you that your performance, you are out of here in the twinkle of an eye? And as the president was leaving to go abroad, he brought down the hammer and nailed a couple of folks. And we are getting credible information. Not only did he nail a couple of folks, but he told some folks that were on the plane with him to get down, get out of here. I don't want to see you in my company. I do not want to see you on the international stage with me. You are an embarrassment. And today we are going to be looking at some of those personalities. We're going to be looking at the managing director of the port. As the president and his administration wrestle with repetition damage and damage control with the Chinese government, the Chinese embassy, and our friendship with the Chinese. What is going on between Mr. Ducle and the Chinese investor? The Senate also confirmed Samuel Stikwa as Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. The gentleman who says he knows nothing about the buildings and construction in Foya, even though he works in that office. It's what they say in America they call plausible deniability. Is it possible? Is it plausible that the man who is the gatekeeper of the administration say he's not in the know, has no clue what's going on in Foya? We're going to be discussing Nimba County District number 7, the Honorable Musa Hassan Bility, as he calls for the expansion of the audit to include the 2018 through 2021 administrative functions of the House. That's the chair, PL, political leader of the CMC, Honorable Musa Hassan Bility. We're going to be looking at the LDEA, the Liberian drugs. The agency that is being clubbed with the authority to fight drugs. They score a big victory. Agent from that department sees major tramadol consignment at Bow Waterside. Sierra Leone have been a pain in our behind for a very long time. When it comes to drugs, our civil war, weapons being infiltrated in our country, Bow Waterside, Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has become a pain for the Republic of Liberia. Drugs is killing the drug situation in the Republic of Liberia is killing our children, destroying family. Ultimately, the future of Liberia is hanging in the balance. The drug is pouring in from Sierra Leone, Bow Waterside. We are going to be discussing these issues. On the front page of the Liberia Investigator, it says integrity is better than wealth. Wife of Ulster Mines Minister Mr. Wilmer Pewee praises her husband after asserting a remover. We will discuss. She is standing by her man. Comfort Book Pewee, wife of former minister Wilmer Pewee, speaks out following her husband's dismissal. The wife of former Land, Mines, and Energy Minister Wilmer Pewee has broken her silence following her husband's abrupt removal by President Joseph Nyeoma Boycott, hailing him as a great statesman who chose integrity over personal gain. In a Facebook post that has since gone viral, Comfort Book Pewee, an instructor at the University of Liberia, expressed deep pride in her husband's public service record. Thank you for making me a proud wife. Your children are equally proud of you. Of course, your God is happy to have had a child like you, she wrote. Choosing integrity over wealth is the best choice that any Christian will make. You are a great statesman, So posterity will judge you kindly. Thank you for a job well done, honey. The remark have made mounting public curiosity over President Joseph Boakai later wave of dismissals, which swept through several ministries and agencies without official explanation. The lack of clarity have fueled speculation, with some linking the dismissal to internal policy disagreement. Mrs. Boupe's public statement seemed to distance her husband from any suggestion of scandal or controversy. Mr. Pewee, a former chairman of the ruling party, has not issued any formal statement since his removal. However, close associates describe him as calm and reflective, maintaining that he served faithfully and with principle. During his brief tenure, Pewee had been instrumental in promoting transparency initiatives in the mining sector and in reviving stalled energy sector reforms. His leadership also came at a time when Liberia was under scrutiny from international partners for its management of natural resources and concession agreements. The broader shakeup, though, under Joseph Boakai, Pewee's removal was just part of a sweeping reshuffle that had affected multiple institutions, including the Liberia Airport Authority, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. The executive mansion said the shakeup was necessary to realign leadership under the president's reform agenda. Still, many observers have expressed concern about what they call a pattern of silent exit and abrupt dismissals without clarity and clarification. At the Liberia National Port Authority, though, both the chairman of the board and managing director resigned on quote-unquote medical grounds, though insiders suggest deeper administrative frictions. These are some of the top stories we will be working on. Let me welcome Myean. Myean Torgbean, how you doing, young man?
I'm doing great, Mr. Gayman, and how you doing? How's the family?
We are doing very well. We are looking forward to the graduation at the end of the month. We wanted to send you some palm wine, but you're 17, you have not turned 18, so no palm wine for you. We'll send you Kool-Aid. You will be drinking Kool-Aid. Let me welcome Sir Augustine Bayer. That's my name. That's the name I like right there. That name. Yeah. Sir Augustine Bayer. S-A-M. J-R. That's it. S-A-M. That's Sam.
Sam Junior for short.
That's correct. Sam Junior for sure. But I love that name. M-B-A-Y-O. Bayo. Sam, talk to me. What's happening on the ground?
Well, let me say good evening to our listening audience via the radio lane and our social media handles from YouTube to Facebook and other platforms that are sharing this live broadcast. Again, the game on say good evening to you from our end, and I know you are doing fine and doing great up there, and I'm so happy that I'm on the show tonight. Too many things happening, so we're hoping at the given time we'll provide some update.
Excellent. The country is swaying, is rocking. The country is rocking. Myean, let's talk local politics. What's happening on the ground?
Okay, so basically, Mr. Gayman, we have a lot of issues that are unfolding within our country, most especially when it comes to the training issues within our country, where we've been seeing over the past one day or 2 days now. We've been seeing there's a conflict between this Chinese investor and that the NPA managing director about some issue in this investment issue, where the Chinese investor accuses the NPA boss for fraud and other criminal discrimination and other issues that he said that the NPA boss is going against him, and both of them have issue between or investment, and then because of that, that's why he's going against him. So a lot of issues that have been going on. Also today we saw the Nima County District number 7 representative on the Musa Assembly who was on the floor today with other lawmakers, where he stressed the issue about urging the speaker and other members to come together to see how best they can be able to expand the audit report so that they can be able to audit the House of Representatives. But others today in the House said that based on the audit issue, you cannot be able to audit the House from 5 years to present, but rather from 7 years up to present. So that was the issue that they were flagging today, to see how best they can be able to handle this issue, because from 2018, 2011 up to current, they have to audit the House of Representative or the entire legislature to see how best they can get some report about transparency and accountability within the legislature. So we also saw today again Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency, where today they carry on some search and siege warrant within the Douala area and also within the Kowe, where they search some Fulanese stores and Lebanese stores, and then there were no drugs or any illegal substances were caught from any of them. So the businesses owner, they came out and then they had some press briefing with the media, stressing that whenever there's an issue like this, there should be something like a prior notice. And then what I saw was the sheriff were also there, and then the sheriff care of communication. I don't know what kind of prior notice they were requesting that the LDA should be able to inform them. I don't know where it should be like, oh, we about to search this store tomorrow, and then they should send prior notice like 2 days ahead. Who does that? It cannot be possible, because if you better inform them, say, oh yes, we will be searching you out today or tomorrow, and then probably the thing that they are going to search for, they are not going to find it. So probably will be able to take it from that area and carry another place. And we also saw today the EPA boss on Emmanuel Yakpaolo. He launches the first ever national mango investment in Liberia, where they
Mangrove.
come again.
That's a mangrove. The
Yeah, the
mangrove.
mangrove. Yeah, mangrove in Liberia, and then we saw Liberians hail him for that. And we had a lot of training national issues, so I think my colleague can be able to come out with others.
So with that, like let me just pinch in a little bit on the LDA saga today around the Douala and Caldwell in. From my own opinion, the LDA actually failed today on their own operation. According to their operations team, they received hints about this MD a business center in Douala that he sell drugs. Probably one or two communication
Allegedly, sir.
allegedly. So upon that message, there was no time, no surveillance, no investigation. The LDA went to the court, get search and seizure warrant, went straight to the particular MD business center, searched the entire day and found nothing. There were no drugs which were allegedly hinted by any of their souls in that particular Fulani business. There were no drugs found. So today their operation failed. But let me just take you outside Monrovia. The people of Riverside, Soto Town, has been crying for the past 2 months now on Bear Mountain over bar road connections, network connectivity, water, and health issues. You know, Bear Mountain also operating in Riverside, Soto Town for the past 5 months now. They've been operating there. carry on mining activities. With their activities, the roads in Solostown District 2, Riverside County is being deplorable. And the company is yet to take any concrete action about maintaining the road. And worse among all, low job employment for the people of Solo Town in Riverside. So they are currently calling on the government to intervene. Then the most trending issues now is His Excellency President Joseph Boakai as in reshuffle. Like one will say he is trying to get the ball rolling, as in he place those that are responsible to respond strategically in his government. You saw on yesterday he replaced the Minister of Land, Mass and Energy, which was actually shocking to everyone. Women Pay is has been one of the outspoken United Partisans ever in the history of United Party. Very strong, and he doesn't miss his words on things when it comes to corruption. So it shocked every Liberian yesterday when the president uh asked him out. I don't know if he will be giving another appointment again, but if he will, then it's another fun thing for the government. At this time, today, there were several names outlined again, like the leg of former representative of District 17, Hazen Kazuru. He was appointed as the head of Bureau and Concession, and interestingly, at for the House of Representatives, former Speaker Fonati Kova put up a bill on grounds that there should be a set budget, 1.5 million or more, set aside for the less fortunate, which will be used to pay rent, send people to school, provide feedings and shelter. And within that, he asks that lawmakers should reduce their salaries, and instead of they buying new cars for their COS, they should use their old vehicles, because every lawmaker receive two cars every session time. I think in a quarter. So instead of them wasting another money to purchase new vehicle for their COS, they can use one of their old vehicles for for their COS, and much more. The decent work at bill was offered by Representative Jerry Yokbo, which explains a lot in the House of Representatives. I think I can take a pause from here.
So let me
Excellent.
also give one developing story from the executive mansion, where the Minister of State was confirmed also.
Yes, we have it here. Thank you for the update. We also have here the NDC clears People's Action Party set for national convention. It says here the National Elections Commission, NEC, have given final approval to the People's Action Party funded by Monserrado County Senator Sir Joseph to convene its first national convention within 6 months, marking a major step toward full political recognition in the Republic of Liberia. The decision, announced in an official communication signed by the NDC chairperson, David Eto Brown Lasana, authorizes the PAP to proceed with the crucial convention needed to finalize its organizational structure, adopt a constitution, and elect national officers in line with Article 79 of the Liberian 1986 Constitution. The NDC grants green light for the PAP convention. I present compliment on behalf of the National Elections Commission, the NEC, and herein inform you that the proposed People's Action Party, PAP, have met the preliminary requirement as it defined the registration of political parties, alliances, and coalitions in the Republic of Liberia. Then they went out and gave a little background. It says Sir H. Joseph, political expansion. Sir H. Joseph, a two-term lawmaker representing Montserrat County, first announced the formation of the People's Action Party in late 2023, describing it as the movement for practical development and people-centered government and governance. The party's motto, action for the people, mirrors the senator's long-standing public persona as a hands-on legislator and humanitarian known for emergency intervention and infrastructure initiatives. The party national chairman, Ahmed K. Salif, has been tasked with leading preparation for the upcoming convention. The event will formally transform PAP from a proposed political organization into a fully certified political party eligible to participate in future elections. That is the PAP, another political party. In the executive mansion, allegations of irregularity cloud 85 yellow machines bid, local firm claims. It says here, Public Procurement and Confection Act, PPCA, mandates that Liberian-owned companies receive 15% margin of preference to enhance domestic participation. Observers say this advantage was not applied during the case, potentially giving foreigners and foreign friends an undue advantage. Serious concerns have surfaced over alleged irregularities in the evaluation process of bids for the supply of 285 yellow machines, equipment intended to support Liberia infrastructure and agricultural projects. The government-appointed committee oversees the bid is under scrutiny for what sources describe as procedural lapses, oversight error, disregard for legal provisional favoring Liberian businesses. The latest development in the yellow machine saga underscores a recurring pattern of inconsistencies that have plagued the process from the very, very start. It is news like these that have prompted the president, from our reliable sources, Mrs. Mamaka Bility was to accompany the president to France, and the president asked that her name be scrapped, according to our reliable sources, and her name was removed from the travel list. This 285 machine saga and the Chinese made investment, these two stories are not going away. Now, Mr. Dukley at the seaport and Mrs. Bility, those two names, we are understanding that the Chinese government have filed a formal protest to President Joseph Boakai about the fraud or the alleged or potential fraud between the managing director of the port and the Chinese national. And finally here, developing stories in the Republic of Liberia, lawmaker divided over Boakai's remark on our Liberian culture. This is October 28. Bill to ban harmful cultural practices sparked intense debate at the legislature. A major political and cultural storm erupted on Capitol Hill over this weekend after several lawmakers sharply criticized President Joseph Boakai for introducing a bill seeking to outlaw certain traditional practices that he deemed harmful. The proposed legislation titled An Act to Ban Harmful Cultural Practices in Liberia has ignited fierce debate over the intersection of tradition, human rights, and modernity, with lawmakers divided on whether the president's move represents progress or an affront to Liberian cultural heritage. Protecting human rights or undermining our culture. In his communication to the legislature, the President Boyka described the bill as a national obligation to protect the dignity, rights, and health of all Liberians, especially women and children who remain vulnerable to practices that have long undermined their well-being. He emphasized that the bill seeks to ban female circumcision, female genital mutilation, FGM, child marriage, and other cultural practices that contravene Liberia's commitment under international treaties, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and the Maputo Protocol. This legislation underscores our determination to ensure that no tradition, however long-standing, should compromise the health, safety, and rights of Liberian citizens. Boyka stated in his letter, its passage will mark a significant step towards advancing good governance, protecting human rights, and enhancing Liberia's international reputation as a country committed to justice and equality. The president's proposal also introduces a 6-month transitional period before the ban takes effect. During that time, the government will launch nationwide education campaigns, engage traditional leaders and women groups, and facilitate community dialogue to promote understanding and compliance. But lawmakers push back. Our culture is not harmful, some said. Despite the president's assurances, several lawmakers took offense at what they call the Western farming, or the Western society frowning on our culture, of Liberian culture, and terming it harmful. Representative Gisi Collins of Lofa County's District Number 4 was among the most vocal opponents. Why can't they call homosexuals, transgender, and tattoo harmful instead of our culture? He filmed, we will openly campaign against this passage of the bill. Echoing similar sentiment, Representative James Collette of Bon County, District Number 2 asked, what's harmful in our culture? He asked, and as he argued that Liberia's traditional values form the foundation of nation identity and cohesion, saying our tradition provides a sense of belonging, continuity, and community. We cannot allow external influences to dictate how we live our lives. Representative Luther Collins of Dopoh County and several others also criticized the president's tone, calling the bill a condemnation of Liberian heritage that could alienate rural communities who see traditional practices as sacred and integral to womanhood and initiation. Supporters defend the bill and the president, say human rights must come first. However, other lawmakers, particularly female representatives, have strongly defended the president's position. Representative Mama Briggs Mensah reminded her colleagues that cultural preservation must never come at the expense of human life or dignity. It's important to balance our traditional value with modernity and human rights, she said. Some of these practices cause lifelong trauma and violate international human rights principles. We must have the courage to evolve as a people. Civil society advocates and right groups have long argued that female genital FGM, female genital mutilation, in particular, represent one of the most barbaric and serious violations of women's rights in the Republic of Liberia. According to the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, FGM affects more than 38% of Liberian women between the ages of 15 and 49, with prevalence rate as high as 70% in certain rural counties. The practice traditionally carried out by members of the Sandese secret society is often seen as a rite of passage into womanhood, yet it can lead to severe health complications, including hemorrhage, infection, infertility, and even death. Despite Liberia's 2008 executive order banning FGM for minors, no comprehensive national law has yet criminalized the practice. Right advocates therefore see President Ouakka's bill as a historic opportunity to align Liberia's law with its international obligations. These are trending issues. The controversy highlights the delicate tension between cultural preservation and human rights reform that has confined Liberia's post-war democracy. Many lawmakers fear political backlash from traditional communities, especially those in the interior, where initiation schools remain active and hold significant cultural authority. At the same time, women's rights group insists that the country can no longer ignore practices that endanger lives and violate international norms. Liberia cannot claim to uphold human rights while permitting violence against women in the name of culture. A gender activist in Monrovia told reporters, President Ouakka's bill is not an attack on tradition. It is an appeal to conscience. The House of Representatives has since voted to refer the bill to its Committee on Gender, Health, Internal Affairs, and Judiciary for further review. The committees have been given 3 weeks to scrutinize the legislation and report back to plenary with a recommendation. These are what are trending in the news. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Tuesday. Do us a favor, share this show. Send in your comment. Let us know where you are tuning in from. If you are in from the Care Radio 95.9 FM, let us know. If you are tuning in and listening to our True Truth FM 96.1, let us know. If you are in from our hometown of Grand Bassa County, let me send a shout out to you. Let me know. If you are from the great county of Nimba, where my homeboy here, Myean, is from. If you're from Seleke, let us know where you're calling from in Nimba. And if you're from the presidential county of Lofa, the proud people, I'm from Grand Bassa. We are accustomed to having presidents and speakers and all of that. But it is a thing of pride to have president come from your hometown or from your home state or from your home county. So if you are from Lofa, the home of the president, you have to be proud that you have produced a president in Joseph Yuma Boakai. And you should do all you can to make sure that he succeeds. You should defend him. You should protect him by doing the right thing. If the president appoints you, you know his reputation depends on it. And if Lofa County does not perform, your chances of being president again, all you young folks, they are not going to say, see, the last time we had somebody from Lofa over there, you see how badly he did? So you don't go back to Lofa. So there's more riding on President Joseph Boakai's presidency than you think. So you were lucky to be appointed by the president, and you're from Lofa County, which is most of you guys. You need to buckle up, do the right thing, elevate your game, make the president proud. So far, your performance has been dismal. Your performance has been dismal. And we're going to say it just like we said. But when Prince Johnson was alive, he said we wanted northern counties, central Liberia, to produce a president. He said leadership is now only subject to the Southeast and the Bassa people. We too can lead. We deserve the right to lead. He says, so we are performing, and we will form ourselves into the Western Central Liberian cluster. So after Lofa, maybe it's time for Nima to produce a president. But it's predicated on your performance. It has to be merit-based. If you went down the street, if I send my son, Sam Jr., if I send him down the street and I say, go talk to my Yata on the floor, or go talk to my Hawa, or go talk to, what are some of the popular, Myean, what are some of the popular women named in Nima? What are some of the
we have Kou.
Kou. Okay,
Yes.
another one.
We have Mami.
Okay, Mami, that one.
Swa. You got Swa.
Swa. There you go. So if I say go down to the Nancy Doe market there, and I say, is that Raleigh Town? How do you call it? Raleigh Town? Is that Raleigh Town market?
Raleigh Town market, yeah. You got
Okay.
Raleigh Town market, you got Nancy Doe market as well.
Okay, so if I send you, I say go down to Raleigh Town market and speak to my Cole and tell her how is she doing since this government came to power. We are hoping that my Cole going to say, oh, business is good. Everything I brought here today, and I sell out. They bought all my fish, they bought all my rice. And then you go down to the other market and ask my Hawa from Cape Mount, how your cassava leaf and your kobo. We want her to say, oh, the food gone. I got to go and cook some more. We don't want to hear we got to take the food home because we ain't get plenty of people to buy it. So if you are from the lower belt and your pride son, Joseph Yuma Boyka, appointed you to a position of power and authority, it is incumbent upon you to make sure that the economy, the money that is into the country, has a trickle-down effect. If not, the day my son comes back and says, I'm from Lofa, I want to be president of Liberia, I say, oh, you remember when your Lofa people were president, you don't do nothing? So this is more about the future than it is about Joseph Boyka. So whoever you are in the ambit of the law and love of Joseph Boyka, you need to perform. Let me welcome Honorable Nagbe. Nagbe, look at your light is dim. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm at a different location, but it is good to be with you. Hopefully I'll figure it out somehow, but I realized that. But I'm glad to be with you here, and let me say what's up to Sa and Myean. Congratulations. I wasn't on yesterday when the guys congratulated you, but I followed, and so
Thank you.
Yep. So let me welcome our audience as well. Thanks for joining us. I know you're out there and you're watching. Don't forget to share the show. Yes, I know about my lighting. I'm trying to work it out. I'm at a different location here. So
that's what happened when you live in a blue state.
Yeah.
Everything kind of blue, kind of fuzzy.
Yeah.
You got a fuzzy. Joe Blue said you're doing the fuzzy math.
Yeah. So, but it's good to be with you, my brother.
Thank you very much. We are talking about some of the great things that are happening in the country. Current event, it has become a custom of us to discuss issues, rely on our reporters on the ground, and we got two of the best young men in the business on the ground.
Right.
They write very well, they report very well, they're all over the place. Sometimes people think we clone Myean or we clone Sa, because everywhere you go, there's Sa. So how many Sas you got, man? There's only one. Only one. He's just busy. So, Mr. Nagbe, how's New Jersey?
Yeah. Jersey is getting cold now. The weather, right now we're beginning to feel the effects of the hurricane that's coming. There is rain in the forecast here. Is being pretty dreary all day today. I don't think we've seen the sun at all from where I am, but Other than that, we're here. We're gearing up for our gubernatorial elections. I think you know that. Mikey Sherrill, who is the Democrat, a Navy pilot. I mean, I'm sorry, an air pilot veteran, is going against the Republican candidate Jack Chetteredy, who is worse than Chris Christie. Those who will remember Chris Christie, so Jack Chetteredy is the one going against Mikey Sherrill. So right now the signs are all over the place, but we'll see. New Jersey lately has gained a reputation for swinging between Democrats and Republicans. We had Christian Whitman in the early 2000, I think late 1990s, and then she was succeeded by I think McGreevy, Jim McGreevy,
Yeah,
McGreevy.
pretty boy Jim McGreevy.
That's right, Jim McGreevy, who came out and
on national TV.
on national TV declaring his gay sexuality. So he had to leave, and then John Corzine, I think John Corzine came in.
He's in jail, right?
Yes. Corzine, he came from Wall Street, did a lot of good things for, the state here. And then I think Chris Christie succeeded Corzine. Chris Christie, as you remember, was trying to use, New Jersey is a very small state, but it's very blue, but somehow they managed to elect the Republicans. But he was trying to prove to the Republicans that he was very popular, and so he was trying to win so overwhelmingly in New Jersey to use that as springboard, to argue for nomination and consideration as president. And then you remember, we had the Bridgegate, the Hoboken. Hoboken, put an authority, in that one little city, which is almost about the size of, I don't know, maybe Oro, small city. But that mayor said, no, Mr. Governor, I will not do what you want me to do. And so, they ordered the closure of the Port Authority Bridge, which links New Jersey to New York. It's a major, that thoroughfare. Yeah, that is a busy bridge. It is alleged that people died because people couldn't. There was so much traffic backed up. People had to be indicted. And so Chris Christie left, and then Murphy came in. So now Murphy is on his way out. But so much for New Jersey. Let's talk about Liberia. What's happening, my man? I know yesterday I heard all the comment, and I know Sylvester Pewee is coming. Cyril Dopoh, Peabody, all of them coming and talking about my girl Grace left Musa because money ran out. Taking all the cheap shots. I was really disappointed by the platform last night. Even Tomalin himself fell for it. I was really disappointed. So I hope they'll come on today and let's talk about, what it is that they were so eager about. My boy Siddiqui. Siddiqui gets all giddy when it comes to the CMC, and the resignation. So I hope they're listening. I wanted to come on. Let's talk about what it is that they wanted to talk about so much about my dear sister Grace Garguah deciding to part ways with the CMC. But we're here. It's good to be here with you.
Great. People are calling for our YouTube channel for some reason. We are having problem with our YouTube.
We are.
Yes. Myean.
The YouTube channel is on. Just need that people just go and subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's all. The YouTube channel is active.
Yeah, but Myean, you guys every time we say that, you say that. I think I don't find us on YouTube. I don't get how I search.
It's the name that Professor Brew created the account with. That's the problem we are facing. If she would have done it the same way we had the first account, but she put the name different, so people find it difficult to find the name. That's the problem.
Can you put the YouTube on in our chat room?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm
in the meantime, let me see if I can get more lights on. Mr. Gay, welcome. I understand you lost your elections. You got whooped by Emmanuel Judge and his team. I understand your whole slate got whooped. Leon Menza, the whole of you. I think Monica Shan was on your team. All of you guys got whooped.
Monica Shan lost. Monica Shan lost.
I don't.
Kishan is on the same thing as me.
There you go.
Oh,
they all got whooped by Emmanuel Judge and his team. But congratulations, my brother, for putting your name forward. And putting your name in the race. I believe it was all for the good of ANC. So congratulations on the convention. I saw some of the clips. Dennis Job from our
Yeah, I
sister
met Dennis Jack for
station.
the first time.
Right, Dennis. I think Dennis was there doing a good coverage. I saw some of the stuff there. I saw some of the pictures. So, congratulations to this ANC, for a successful convention. But I'm a little bit kind of confused though. Explain this to me.
Mhm.
You guys are trying to collapse the entire global into ANC Global USA. I mean, what about the people in Europe and Asia? They're not in the USA.
Okay, so um, right now the name Global is going away, and we have ANC Diaspora USA, ANC
Right,
Diaspora Europe, and we'll soon have ANC Diaspora Australia and ANC Diaspora Canada.
right.
So it's the same group now. Back then we have multiple fragmented group or accelerate, if you would,
Okay,
and that did not serve us well.
okay,
It even confused some of the voters in Liberia. They don't when they say, "Oh, ANC Global," and at first it was ANC USA. We came up with the global, so that it served as a CPAC, right? Um, to raise funds. That was the purpose of having global, and then the ANC USA was, other humanitarian work and stuff like that. But unfortunately, things started going, differently. But thank God that we have gone to this convention and we have one unified group, and that group is ANC Diaspora. Their website is www.ancdiasporainfo.com. The email address to that, our official email address is admin@ancdiasporainfo.com.
okay.
No Gmail, no Hotmail, no Yahoo, nobody personal email. It's an official email address and a functional website.
Right. Well,
Well,
congratulations. I know you're very proud of that because I heard you, make that clarification elsewhere. I think it's a big deal for the ANC. So,
Yes, it is. And for
so
me,
congratulations on that feat.
me losing election, whatnot, that's I
Monica
felt
Shan,
as
who,
though we achieved one thing that is so significant, and that is all of the auxiliary groups gone away. We have one focus group, and everyone is in this group, and that's what is my focus. Yes, I hope I will have won, because I think I come with a dynamic perspective, in the regional chair aspect that I was vying for, to be able to mobilize as many people as possible. But still, that energy that I wanted to exert when giving the leadership, I will still exert that energy, to bring as many people, because I'm in one of the populated area, right? Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and the rest of the other states in the East Coast. So definitely we're gonna do what we can to bring in more people on board, and so that we can buttress the effort of our party in Liberia.
wow, Money Shan, I thought he had anything in the bag, but Money Shan, I'm sorry, my brother. I thought for some reason, I was telling for you had this thing in the bag, but
Yeah,
hey,
there were some irregularities, but we not
Oh,
seeking for the
come on. Just
for the
take the
result to be
loss.
yeah,
overturned.
Take
that
the
Just for
that
loss
learning
that
purpose.
and
that
No,
that,
look,
I'm
that
look, don't tell us
just for
about
learning
irregular. Just
purpose.
take
Just
the
for
you
loss.
see, we've been
adjustment.
praising
Look,
you now. You're gonna jump in it there now.
no. I'm just saying here.
Listen,
Uh, you learn from these things, right? We're not saying that, the result should be overturned. We are just flagging these things so that we
But
take note of it.
Look at Julius doesn't think so because I think he headed the commission because as you were telling me, he's very proud of what he did and that he ran the elections process and it went smoothly. So I think he would disagree with you.
Well, one aspect that is simple and nobody will argue that is that by 9:30 a.m. on the day of election, all registration and campaign stop. We got individual that register 10, 11, 12, up to 1:30, 1:45, and voted. We have a document that says 9:30 a.m. all campaign activities and registration ceased.
Well,
the payment that went to the account for registration at that day has a time stamp, right? So that's a clear evidence that yes, John Brown, Peter Paul registered after the time stamp, required time stamp for the electoral process. So we flag these things, not wanting to change the election result, but just to flag these things so that we can learn from these things going forward. That's all.
But if you had evidence,
I do. I just told you.
No. I want to disagree with you when you say, even though it was wrong and it was illegal, but because we want to move forward, so we just like. I mean, how long can we continue to do this? I mean, we are talking about a reincarnation of the foolishness that go on in Liberia. Victor, here you are. You got evidence. Okay, allegedly from one of the candidates that based on the data, check receipt, money paid, the bank account, bank statement, all of these things. Campaign ceases at 8:59 a.m. From 9 a.m. up, there should be no more campaigning. There should be no more payment done. There should be nothing. And then you got people registering people all the way until 1:30. And then you say, we just want to move forward. So, Nagbe, these guys are running Liberia. This is how they're going to run the country.
I was looking to hear, they brought in people who are not ANC members, or they did something to tip the balance. But extending the voting time, I don't see how that harmed anybody. I mean, everybody was supposed to benefit.
Yeah, Mr. Nagbe,
how is that an irregularity? How did that advantage? No.
Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Nagbe, you get touch on one subject that I will not go deep into. Listen, yes,
Mr. Gay,
yes,
leave this alone. Let me fight this battle because listen.
No, you can't capital. You're a CMC man. You have a Melvin Cole who violated police article traffic rule. He didn't have a license plate on a vehicle. A permanent member of CMC, Melvin Cole, a representative, an honorable man, plied in the street of Monrovia without a license plate on his vehicle.
We are talking about the election this weekend. What you doing about Mr. Nagbe?
But what did I say? Just
Mr. Nagbe was Melvin Cole voting at our election?
What did you say to Melvin Cole?
No, I thought I was waiting for you to say Melvin Cole went and voted at the ANC election.
I think he's coming around to that.
I don't understand how this has to do with why he lost. He and Money Keshen. Money Keshen was all over the social media here, bashing the CMC and telling us how he was going to take over the ANC. And we come and sit down here and you two lost. And you're talking about Marvin Cole, who is right now a representative Bon Kande.
With all due respect, Mr. Nagbe, in the next 2 years, we will give this thing a try again. I'm not going to. Everybody from the place know I performed very well in the election, and so, but my team lost, and so we all lost. And we take the responsibility that 2 years from now on.
So you're begging us to give you a day world trophy. That's why you want us to give you.
That is not no.
Okay, because I mean,
matter of fact,
either you win or you lose.
Propagating the
Listen, Anthony, we're just having fun, man. Congratulations. We know you lost by 9 votes, 60 to 69. I think that was huge. So congratulations to you.
So now you give me the day where to
Mr. Gay, Mr. Gay, you guys are the folks who are perpetuating corruption, but let this back on be back.
No, we're not perpetuating no corruption here.
No. What do you mean there's no corruption?
When you allow Melvin Cole, a certain lawmaker, to
no. We're
encouraging bad behavior.
We will come to that later on. Let's talk about the ANC election that just went by. Okay, we are talking about from 9 to 1:30, 9, 10, 11, 12. We talk about almost 5 hours of extra registration. They were busing people in. They were They were putting people in van. They were coming. The law says at 8:59, camping and registration ceases to exist. 5 hours beyond that, without the approval of all candidates involved, is massive corruption, and it shouldn't happen. Let me welcome another ANC man.
Another man who is so giddy over the resignation in the CMC. I hope he's coming to talk about it. But let me say something. I hope this argument does not go beyond, because it sounds like you guys were advocating for suppressing the vote. You are arguing because they left the polling open for people who really wanted to come and vote. They were not disenfranchised, and that is why you lost. That's not a good argument for you guys.
I didn't say that's why I lost.
Victor Nagbe.
Yeah.
In the United States, they said the poll would close at 7 p.m. And then you keep registering.
You see the long line, they leave it open.
No, listen. Even when the line is long, they say only those that are in queue at a time. Not going who's my man. Look at all our men, and I hear don't gotta get plenty of mail. Then you go to New Jersey, you start bringing van full of folks and all that. That's what happened here. That's corruption.
Mr. Gayman, leave our election alone.
No, we're not leaving it alone, because all of you guys are putting corruption. Let me welcome Seleke. Seleke, I don't know what kind of ANC man you don't vote in Liberia. You don't vote here, you don't vote, but you all over the place.
You know, here in the Republican, they got right now you got Rhino. You got Rhino, right? Republican.
No, they want that ANO. You ANC in name only. We can see you anywhere. I know you're not in Liberia. You don't vote. You don't have a diaspora voting you. So what country?
I don't even know why they men should be discussing ENC, because he's not official ENC member. It doesn't affect any policy. He doesn't do anything with ENC. But hey, Seleke, it's good to have you, my brother. Come on, let's talk about the CMC. What is it you want to talk about?
No, we're not talking about corruption. Corruption thing here. We are doing it. It had to have, what is it? Logical conclusion. My friend.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
No, we're not talking about Johnny. We say Seleke Kromah in Kigali. You from a country where they get strong men.
No, they say when the president about to appoint people, they can go to Kigali and wait for the appointment there. When
he ordains you, you all set. So here, they say your Cummings told the garden, he said, but we see a lot of the other people, they say he told the garden, say, don't let money Kishen come, we'll go get more people.
No, cut him off.
Yeah, go bring more people. So they went down to Atlanta, brought more people, and stopped the ballot. That's not fair. You didn't say.
And they were telling comment. They said Seleke calling from Kigali. He said, "I'm gonna keep the play open." He said, "No."
Don't goddamn see where they did not have a man. Or y'all go to Atlanta, go bring more people. Seleke, why you didn't say anything yesterday? But all you want was CMC.
Until. Again, greetings to everybody.
The VP from Kigali.
Mr. Nagbe, why are you happy today? Ayana, you got me replace Grace.
I missed you guys yesterday. I missed you all yesterday, so I'm back. I'm excited to be.
We're not allowing you to pivot.
Yesterday.
We will not allow you to pivot until we end this thing that has been the barcode. They feeding yard that went on in that place.
I wasn't there, Mr. Gayman.
You see? You say he wasn't there.
I'm not. The convention was specifically for people in the U.S. I'm not in the U.S. You see, and the rules of the election.
Oh, wait a minute. The diaspora that went in the U.S. This was a diaspora convention.
No, ANC Diaspora
USA.
We had two conventions.
Oh,
there was a virtual convention.
And
what Mr. Cummings was doing here? Mr. Cummings in the USA?
Also.
Of course, Mr. Cummings stayed in the U.S. He went to attend a convention.
So you got the diaspora. Kigali, diaspora, Uganda, you got diaspora.
Mr. Gayman, the convention.
You got election going on now in Cameroon. You got diaspora Cameroon with Paul Biya.
The Cameroon.
No, but I thought you were giving me chance to turn.
Yeah, Paul Biya and we go. They say
So,
he was losing some for all his nephew then from Nigeria. They all came and voted. Now he don't
I
win.
think that's why it turned to
Same thing happened in the
Mr.
ANC.
Gayman,
that's why he
the
had to
election
call
you
being
witnessed,
president.
the election you witnessed last weekend was the ANC Diaspora USA Convention. And I was not a participant.
Okay.
I'm not a resident of the US. I'm way in East Africa, Kigali.
So which one you fall in now? Which one of ANC you fall in?
I'm the coordinator right now for ANC Wanda. And so
Can you guys vote?
Official.
Can you
Say?
vote? Can you vote?
Of course, whenever we have our election, I will vote. Because I'm the coordinator. You know, we get a whole team here. We get a whole chapter here. We get people from different parts of Wanda that are part of the ANC Wanda chapter.
Jerome, you noticed something about the ANC people,
and we didn't
right?
just organize that.
You noticed something about the ANC people?
Yeah, Seleke, hold on 1 minute. Yeah, what you say, Victor?
No, I mean, look, you and I here, I mean, I know your family, we know each other, but Seleke doesn't even know Anthony. Anthony has never seen Seleke.
No,
you know that?
You not know me.
When the government is said,
He's a
phantom. Nobody knows him. He a phantom of the opera. Yeah.
But two are you in the US?
But not all CMC people you have met.
I know Anthony more than Seleke knows Anthony. Anthony and I were met at 5 different times.
Because you're in the US and me are not in the US. So you can do that comparison.
Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
You know how many CMC supporter you don't know? The Ila brother, you've never seen it before.
Listen, we're not talking about CMC, we're talking about ANC now.
Have you
stole the election from Anthony. You stole the election from Anthony, and it's not fair. Johnny, welcome to the show.
No, I was start with. I heard Anthony had a protest. Anthony, I heard you got a protest.
Yeah, it protested. Too many people voted.
Yeah, I got information that Anthony won one of the protests, and they asked him to withdraw his protest because it was going to be in the best interest of the party.
Yeah, they're trying to stand down.
The
Nigerian people voted in the election. Nigerian voted, Sierra Leone voted. So, can you be a Sierra Leone ANC and vote over there?
Thank you for the show, man. Thank you for getting started. I'm happy to join. And let me join everybody to welcome all our viewers and listeners. And keep sharing this show. This is the only platform you got as Liberian or as a individual who wants to be informed about Liberia to get a full detail of things, the truth, nothing but the truth. So, and I can show you that the panelists on this show are well informed about every subject matter they come to discuss here. So, Gilman, thank you. I'm on the show with you for the next hour.
God, so help me God, it would be nothing but the truth. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Let's look at this. You know me now. You got to give it an old man Joseph Boakai for what he's doing. The reshuffle. Look at this. President Joseph Boakai makes new appointment and reconstitute some selected boards. Executive Mansion of Liberia President Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. have made numerous changes in government, subject to Senate confirmation where applicable. Hopefully we know the definition of government. It says here the appointment are as follows: Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Mike C. Morba, Head of Presidential Delivery Unit. Number 2, Vafin M. Donzo, Assistant Minister of State without portfolio. Donna Sala Mamaka Abilities position at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. Ministry of Mines and Energy, Oliver S. Webby, Assistant Minister for Energy.
Right. Isn't that the same guy who was dismissed from Mines?
Oh, I don't know. Then we got National Bureau. Go ahead.
Someone pointed that out in another chat room I'm in, and I got to give them credit. I didn't see, but they say that's the same guy who was dismissed yesterday from Mines. This big fellow.
And they put him somewhere else.
And he was reappointed today somewhere else.
Okay. National Bureau of Concession, Hansen Kiazulu, Director General. Bureau of State Enterprises, FJB Theodore Momo Jr., Director General. In a related development, the president has, with immediate effect, dissolved the board of directors of several key institutions pending their restructuring. Dissolved, cancer. However, all statutory members of the board shall retain their position in keeping with the laws and regulations governing their positions and appointment. The president has further directed that in the interim, the sector leader responsible for each of these affected institutions shall serve as acting chairperson until the boards are or formally reconstituted. The Liberian leader extends his appreciation to all outgoing board members for their dedicated services and contribution to national development. The affected boards are: 1, William V. Tubman University, in Kipamas.
Yeah.
Central Agricultural Research Institute, Cary. 3, Booker Washington Institute, BWI. The president reiterated his administration's ongoing effort to ensure efficiency, accountability, and result-driven governance across all sectors of Liberia. Signed, Kula Bona Nya Fofana, Presidential Press Secretary. My friend, this is serious here. Let me go to Johnny. Johnny, this is sweeping. 18. One that caught my attention, Johnny, is the position for the Ministry of State. The Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, the Assistant Minister for State without portfolio. Wasn't that a position of, was she Deputy Minister of State without portfolio?
I think that's a position that Madam Mama Kabirete was occupying, and then we heard that she was suspended. And you know, President Boakai, my uncle doesn't joke. Once you suspend, you're gone. Don't forget, you're not coming back, because the old man has enough men and women on the bench, crack bench. Even those that are on the floor now performing, people that are on the bench, can even do more than them. So the old man has people. So I think that is that position that is being occupied now by the new person that the president just appointed. But like I said yesterday, I said I'm observing the presidency of President Boakai, that he's running his government into 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, because of 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, and 6 years. So based on those that were appointed, based on their performance over the last 2 years or almost 2 years, they're being removed and has start new guys. These guys coming to start doing theirs in the next 2 years. If they don't do well, they will go, and then the final 2 years will be those that will stay on board now to end the game and also ensure elections and politics will be fully implemented. So this is just the beginning of the president's action. I'm sure upon his return from France, he will do more reshuffle in almost every sector of the Liberian government. I'm very positive to say that to Liberian people, that President Boakai, the racing car is actually on the track now for governance in terms of appointment and looking for quality people to serve his government.
Okay, guys, it looks like I am missing up some of the different. And your name and where you calling from?
I'm Mr. Nagbe nephew.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly, I just thought to clarify this. Mama Kabirete did not get suspended. She's not suspended, no. And the position you just read, Mr. Gayman, is that there's an existing minister for state with portfolio. Mama Kabirete position is Minister of State with portfolio. She's not existing minister. So I want also clear this before you say what we put on TTA. Mama Kabirete is not assistant minister. She's Minister of State
proper
with portfolio.
Good.
And she's not suspended after the executive matter. No suspension of her yet.
No. Okay.
So I just thought to clarify that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So we got a clarity that the position that has been advertised is not that of Mama Kabirete. she is, I think, Minister of State without portfolio. So the one that they are advertising is assistant minister without portfolio.
Yeah, I think she's a deputy minister, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So
So, Johnny, your no portfolio position is safe. I don't know what, when they say you don't have a portfolio, I don't know what that means.
That means your utility position you can be placed anywhere to occupy, a capacity for the president. Any other functionality within the presidential ministry.
Okay, so Johnny,
yeah.
I went to school all my life to be a manager, to learn how to run stuff. And the president called me and said, Mr. Gayman, you have done so well in America. I'm going to give you a job. You're going to have no portfolio. and what am I supposed to say?
No, I think like my brother, I know, Anthony Gay said, you have what to do. You have what to do at the Ministry of State. And because there are several assignments, several duties the president has to perform. And so sometimes because he or she will not be available all the time, the president need to have, a trusted person who will also have a position that will give it some level of dignity and respect when you go to represent the president. So in the office of the president, they have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work. I mean, it's like 24 hours where you have to do. Some people are right now, they are working while others have gone to take rest and come back. So making you minister or still have portfolio does not mean that you don't have anything to do, but you have you don't have a limit of work. So that means your work is even more than what other people have to do. So you come in as a manager. That is where your real managerial skills will be put into play, because then you will be working in a diverse capacity. You can go as ambassador on behalf of the president somewhere. You can serve as an emissary on those security matters. I mean, whatever the president finds necessary for you to go to, you perform. And your office is there. You also have staff in your office that will help you organize your papers, your work, your daily activities, your secretarial, all of that. So being a manager again, I come back, I think that job is a good job for you because you have the strength to work under pressure, to work under any condition, to take up any assignment at a given time. You can be home at 11 o'clock, the president calls you and say, look, I have a meeting in Paris. I'm not going, I want to send you there on my behalf, and you get ready and move on that. So you got to always have your passport with enough pages to go out and work for the presidency, who is also working for the Liberian government. So don't see it as an ordinary job. It's really a fully functional and occupied job.
Yep.
Mr. Nagbe, I went to visit President, the former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I think it was 2009 or 10. And I stopped by the foreign ministry, and these people are just sitting around doing nothing. And I asked the executive secretary there, what's going on? He said, oh, these are people with our portfolio. So in the past, we have clowns like John Bear and these kinds of folks that held these positions. So if someone calls you and say, I want you to be assistant minister with our portfolio, Mr. Nagbe, with all due respect, I don't think that's something that I would want to do for me to just sit around to the president. You know what? I need some water, man. Hey, Mr. Gayman, can you go downstairs, bring me a bottle of water? And they say, well, that fall within your no portfolio. Mr. Nagbe, John Bear, and all these guys, that was what they did.
Yeah, John Bear. But I think Anthony is right. Like he said, I think basically that minister is not assigned a specific function, and so basically the president can designate it for any assignment, and I think that is what Mamaka is doing, except that I think a lot of people think she may be doing a little bit too much. I think she's taking onto herself a lot of powers that probably even far surpass the minister proposed powers. I mean, she is going out and negotiating these things. I mean, the famous yellow machine situation. I mean, that has left a black mark on this presidency. Negotiated these machines from the initial amount to the current amount. I think it's almost $60 million difference. I mean, from 84 84 million, something to about 20-something million dollars. So I think that is what she will probably be defined by in this government and in the service in government. I understand she's a business person. I think she does a lot of good, but that particular assignment that she went on, I think that is what she will be defined by. So yeah, the Minister of Civil Portfolio, we all know John Bayi. John Bayi was never in his own office. You would never find John Bayi in his office. He was all over the mansion. I met him there everywhere you go, he's in the mansion. I mean, all over the mansion, going from place to place, to the point where it is alleged he was a sports ambassador, negotiating a victory. The SK dispute. I didn't even know the story. Where he was supposed to talk to the referee at some point in time, and wasted so much time until the people were far ahead before he went to the bathroom to talk to the man that he had some special message. By then it was late. I don't know how true that was, but yeah. So you've had over the years we've had lots of people occupying that position. Some have served very well, but usually it really is just what it is. A minister who is more like a special assistant for the president. They get sent places. They're not assigned any particular responsibility. They just take on any responsibility that the president may wish for them to perform.
Great. Let me go to the meat of the talk show today. The Chinese investors versus the managing director accused of fraud and criminal deception. That is the alleged charge by the Chinese embassy, the Chinese government through its embassy to the Republic of Liberia, according to our reliable sources here, impeachable. Let me start with Seleke. Seleke,
if you just give me 2 seconds, let me recognize someone here who will know something about what we're talking about. Mozart Dennis, I think you all know Mozart. One of the foremost, photojournalists in Liberia. I think he's agreeing with what we're discussing about the Minister of Portfolio, so that makes me feel good. I think, Anthony, we're not just shooting breeze. I think we know.
Yeah, I mean,
it is true. I think we're not doing badly.
You hold out, you shoot your breeze on Fridays, but on Tuesday you gotta come with facts. Okay. So, Seleke, let's start with this now. I was at the embassy in February, and my conversation with several of the folks over lunch at the Boulevard Hotel. I was there with the Americans, I was there with the Swedish, and I was there with the European somebody there, and we talked about investment climate in Liberia. And they all agreed that they would never recommend any reputable company to come to Liberia. And I asked why. I said, your job is to represent the European Union, the United States government, to bring investors into the country. Why are you guys saying this? And the gentleman said, I'm from, he said, I've been doing this all over the world. I am telling you, Liberia is such a high risk. So we are telling all investors to stay away from Liberia. However, if you want to take your own chance, then you can do that at your own risk. This brings me to this particular subject we are talking about. It is now an established fact that this Chinese investor never went through the investment commission, never went through concession agreement, never went through the process, but went through an individual, the general manager of the Port Authority, to come and do water business and everything else, and a couple of $1 million was spent. The property was developed, team built, and to the Chinese guy's surprise, he was being charged with illegal to be in the country. Immigration is called, and they tried to deport him overnight. The guy went home, never went to sleep, but used the diplomatic channel, went through his embassy, went through the government, and now the embassy have gotten back to the Liberian government that what has happened to their national was illegal, and straight up fraud. We are hearing from our impeachable sources that the managing director was on the list to travel with the president to Paris. So much so that the president asked him to scratch his name off the list. This is serious. Your take on this?
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, again, you know, is very unfortunate. I've been following our case, but I don't have the facts. I remember few months ago, I think the managing director, Sekou Tukle, went to the police headquarters for the same case, you know, and I'm told that, you know, the police and the EPS, not EPS, but NSA, they have some report on the case, and it's very bad. So they report that to the president, and they might likely take actions. But who is Sekou Tukle? Who, you know, prior to this position, what business Sekou Tukle was involved with? And this is the question, you know, and I see a lot of people celebrating, you know, President Bouaka taking actions against his ministers and, you know, in the different agencies and what have you. But how those people got to where they are today? How? Where's John Molu? Where is Amara Kone? You know, and I think I mentioned that here before. The first 100 days report, Amara Kone wrote a whole article about his experience, how he got kicked off here at John Molu, simply because they were recommending credentials check and experience, vetting process. When you come, you say you are qualified to be in a specific position, you pass through a vetting process, which include, you know, background check. They will check your background, where you come from, what you've been involved with, and all of that. But the folks in the Unity Party, they resisted that. You know, and Amara Kone in that report mentioned that President Bouaka plays separate calls to him, John Molu, that the team were complaining on the both of them that they are not team players. You know, and Amara Kone is a senator. John Molu is running a successful business in South Africa and the US. And so he left. You know, and so don't be surprised. Look at the people Sekou Tukle gave position to. All day, my brother and friend Abu, he all on Facebook that the only job Abu getting put to be defending that man every day. You know, Master, you're on the level right now when you say Sekou Tukle. You know, yeah. So look at some of the people they gave job to. Jusu Kamara, he was the Secretary General of the Student Unification Party, SUP. And when you speak about those things, they say, "Oh, you against a fellow young man." No, this is not an entry-level professional, Mr. Gayman. This is a young man who his first ever professional job. Now, when he gets to how they call it, Sekou Tukle, to the port, he's taking home 4,500 United States dollars. Sorry. While professionals that have been in the system for many years, they can't even carry $1,000 home. Simply because when they say Sekou Tukle, like Jusu Kamara got to come on Facebook and read a whole article and insult people for a business. That's the kind of country we have. You know, Abu is no exception. You'll be here on this live, just check in the comment section. You know, and they're all on every Facebook and radio stations in the country. Once you say Sekou, you call, you know, even the folks at the water in Syria, just a more Ali, they will be calling him, you know, attacking you. You know, but at the end of the day, I hope the president can take action. And again, firing Sekou Tukle is not enough. If truly Sekou Tukle should go to court and face whatsoever allegation that is against, because no Liberia, they might likely get him off the government, and that's all. You know, and if it's true that he took the man $2 million, he will just carry the man money and the case will die. You know, let him go to court. If, you know, evidence are provided against him, he should be prosecuted and give the man money back. You know, and this is the reason why bulk of the people in the country will depend on government position. No investors come in. You know, and nobody trusts the system because you can't, everybody want to take something from you some other way because of that position in the country. And this is what they are fighting against because they know very well when an Ellis Cummings government come to power, those things will not be happening. You do it, you'll go to jail. We will disgrace you publicly. You know, you will go to jail, and when you go to jail, you're not going far in bond to come out and be, no, you'll be in jail.
Listen, Anthony,
so they're against those things. I want to fight him back.
Anthony Gay, you sleeping on our
I
watch.
know.
I
closed my eye, but I'm not sleeping.
Sileke.
I just closed my eye, but I'm not sleeping. Sorry, I won't do that again.
This man get the Joseph Waka disease. He said,
I was thinking of something.
If you're tired, just flip your camera off. Okay, yeah, but I think Mr. Sileke, you got a point that Victor, the report on Liberia just came out, and it says, I think the president himself has begun to take action because of that report, that the investment climate in Liberia is poor and it's not people friendly. This is from the International Wire. And then when you have a very good friend that tried to build our overhead bridge, and you try to escom with their money, they will tell you don't get our money back without building the bridge, and you don't want that to happen. So you got to do something. So Musa Dukle is in hot water here.
Yeah, I think he is. First of all, I'm getting a lot of texts here. People are wondering about my liking. You talked about it, Jerome. Look, I'm in my son's apartment. He told me not to touch anything I don't know nothing about. So I'm just sitting here. This is the best I can do. I know my liking is poor.
You are cool, man. Don't worry about them. I'm hearing you, and we can see you. You look like Isaac Hayes. From this end, you look just like Isaac Hayes.
Thank you very much, Isaac Hayes. You know, the truck tunnel. Anyway, yeah, I think the president, I think he's starting to put his foot down. I think it was Juni who said this a couple of days ago, and he kind of laid out clearer to me that he broke this presidency, I think, in 3 stages: the first 2 years, and then the second 2 years, and the last 2 years. So I think he realized now that the first 2 years might have been the 2 years that the locusts ate. He is trying to I think to make up for the loss. You just read over the past 24 hours, he has made several different moves, amounting to almost maybe 30 or 40 persons who have been affected. So it looks like he's I think he's starting to put his foot down. The situation with the managing director of the NPA and the Chinese investor, Sileke spoke at length about it. So the details he already provided. I think this man they're reporting that he misrepresented to the Chinese investor almost $3 million invested for some water company or something like that. I think when this man complained, he counter sue, but it smacks of taking advantage of a foreigner because of his proximity to the presidency. I understand this guy is very close to the president, and I'll be, I'm going to say the day we met the president in April, around 8, 9 o'clock, he was the only person with the president in the room, just sitting with the president when we got in, So he's very, I understand he has, unfettered access to the president. And, I'm not accusing him of influence peddling or anything like that, but how is it that this case has been lingering for such a long time, and then people will say the president, he takes his time, but that is the definition of justice delayed is justice denied. In most cases, by the time he acts, I think the damage is almost irreversible. So, I understand the Chinese have filed an official complaint about this Chinese national who has been trying to wrestle his money out of this NPA managing director, and the case seems to be going nowhere. So I believe now they're stepping up the pressure. The overpass, like you mentioned, Jerome, is very important to this government. I think it's one of the things they're hoping to point to as an achievement for this government. I think they will not allow anything to get in the way of that. And so I think the president is taking interest in this matter. I think it was Chief Tomalin yesterday who reported that some people, because of the report you mentioned, Jerome, were on the president trip, but they had been removed. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he mentioned this NPA managing director. I hope I'm not mistaken. But I know he mentioned the Minister of Commerce and somebody else.
Yeah, he did mention this particular managing director, yes.
Exactly. So I think the president, even if he didn't want to act, the fact that the Chinese have raised this issue beyond just, the normal, the normal conflict resolution that is supposed to be taking place. I think it has reached a level where I think the president will be forced to act as much as, I know Sekou might be his son, but I don't think he's going to put his son's interest above a national project such as the overpass.
Anthony, let me just like Honorable Johnny have said here. I keep record. This is the report here from the.
I'm sorry, Jerome. People still writing about my lightning footage. Sorry.
It's fine. That photo. You see, photo picture. His picture is black. I can't even see anything, so he can't even talk about you. You see this from the U.S. State Department when we're talking about substance. That's what it's about. Honorable Gay. It says here, Liberia's exports to the United States stood at 57 million out of possible 1.3 billion. 57 million out of, can you imagine? Out of 1.3 billion. Our export stands at 57 million out of 1.3 billion total annual export receipt. More rapid economic growth is largely hindered by inadequate infrastructure development, corruption, a weak judicial system, and misgovernance. The government is undertaking initiatives, though, to improve infrastructure, reduce corruption, establish more predictable business policy, and improve the investment climate, investment, and economic development in Liberia. However, continue to face long-standing challenges such as poor road networks, a lack of reliable internet access, and corruption. Top challenges for U.S. companies to invest in Liberia include poor physical infrastructure, low purchasing power of the population due to widespread abject poverty, inconsistent and overlapping tax administration and policies, a weak judicial system, inadequate legal protection for contracts, and widespread public sector corruption. Despite these challenges, this is what the American government said. I'm not saying it. We are not saying it. I am quoting verbatim. It's again, those of you who wants to go into government, this is what would be bequeathed to you. The American government is telling the people why nobody should go to the country because of all the things, weak judicial system, that widespread private sector corruption, and that investors are not protected.
Well, the U.S. State Department always does a very good job of warning its citizens about countries around the world, so that you can't say, "Oh, why didn't you tell us?" They put those warnings out for the citizens to know where to go, where not to go, even for just tourism matter and other stuff. Look, Mr. Gayman, it is unfortunate. I know some of you here.
Anthony.
Huh?
You're muted. We're not getting you.
No, it's you from Kigali. I'm hearing him.
But I'm getting you, Mr. Gayman. I'm not getting him.
I can hear him too, Seleke.
So Seleke, I think you have to get out and come back.
Yeah, I'm getting all of you. But Anthony, I'm not getting. I'm getting.
Yeah, but I can hear Anthony. I'm hearing Anthony.
Yeah. Listen, man. You gotta exit and come back in.
Listen, get rid of that Kigali phone. Go get a real phone. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, go ahead, Anthony. Man, they man from Kigali go stop you.
No, yeah, I hear everybody actually, but I hear him.
I heard,
Hold on.
My big brother Johnny saying,
the president, go out and come back in.
The president is acting now, and
it's
going to be in different phases. Phase 1, 2, and 3.
I know going to come. When you talk about boss man.
Look, where we are right now as a nation, given the fact that this current president has spent over 4 decades of his life in government, this is not about try ever. We expected that kind of behavior from former President Weah when he was in office, because he never, spent that kind of time in government, and he was never a politician until he became a senator. Then, after 3 years of president, right? For a man who sat right next to one of the most, if not the most powerful politician of Liberia, Madam Salif, you know, for 12 consecutive years, and then had an opportunity to sit in opposition for another 6 years, just to retrospect on what was done right and all wrong, and to give himself an opportunity to, you know, recalibrate. And you are appointing people who are not even qualified for certain positions. I mean, when you look at these appointees, and then you wonder what sort of vetting process was put in place. How are these people even vetted to even get to that level? And so, Mr. Cummings said this before, investor will not just come to Liberia because he have connection to the outside world. Investor will come to Liberia if we put our act together. Our national security, our coast system, our electricity, these things need to be addressed for investors to come to Liberia. Look, Mr. Gayman, it will take a company, you know, it will cost a company less money to establish in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, in Kigali, than for that company, that same company to establish in Liberia. Because that company is not going to worry about reliable electricity. For example, if a data center should be put in Liberia that consume enormous electricity, you cannot afford it right now with LEC, what we have over there. So our government needs to put her act together. Forget about politics. You want investor to come to the country, take care of the basic stuff, electricity, national security, the coast system, the road network. Just start passing around with yellow machine, you know, parading the street. Procure the machine, get the machine to work, start working on those roads. People will say, yes, this government is working. It's not to parade the street. You didn't come to office to parade the street. You have somebody with a vest passing around, developmental Zippo, JMV song, going from place to place, recording stuff. That is not going to help this government. You need a real robust, intentional, aggressive approach to address the road issue, to address electricity, give access to people. When you call for LEC in your community, it should take you anywhere from a week to 2 weeks for that whole service to be installed and your LEC is running. But many people, over thousands of people today, have paid for that meter. They are yet to receive it. So, I mean, Mr. Gayman, the United States have to report just as it is. When you go to the used car dealership, they say as is, right? You purchase the vehicle as is. Anything happen to that vehicle when you walk off the lot, you're on your own. So the United States government is giving their citizens the information as is. If you want to go to Liberia and invest, you're at your own risk. This is not a good sign for a nation like Liberia that is struggling, that is yearning for opportunity. Young men and women graduating every year don't have jobs. Then the United States, one of our strongest allies, putting out this kind of statement, it is embarrassing for this administration, and I think they should take it very serious.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me go to Johnny. The part that really, really hurts me is they say, even if you wanted to invest low purchasing power of the population due to widespread poverty and inadequate legal protection for the contracts, that alone to me are the nail. They are telling anyone who had interest in the Republic to not even show up.
You know, Mr. Gayman, when you read that part, it just reminded me when I attended the 100th birth celebration of the late President Carter. Fortunately, I was sitting by someone who is an investor and apparently has been investing in Liberia and had to withdraw from Liberia for some things. So he didn't know I'm from Liberia. So when I was called, said we have our Liberian colleague who will make a short statement, and they were celebrating the 100th celebration of President Carter. So when I returned from the podium, I sat down, and the guy asked me, "Are you from Liberia?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I'm sorry, you guys will never experience a full investment from any European or First Nation country in Liberia." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Until the government of Liberia or the system can be improved in the justice and judicial sector." The man emphasized two issues to me: security, but specifically the judicial and the court system. And he told me a lot of details. And we exchanged complimentary cards. And I asked him that I was going to give him a line, and he can also write me to tell me more details about his investment in Liberia and why he left. You understand? So when I read Mr. Gayman reading our statement about the State Department or the U.S. government talking about the climate, the investment climate in Liberia is so bad that, a lot of people will not come to invest. I got reminded about that guy's statement stated by me. I mean, the guy told me clearly, he said, "Look, Johnny, I'm based in Dubai. I'm a British. I'm also a Liberian. I mean, an American. In fact, I'm a donor to the Carter Center, programs." And I told him I work on the rule of law program for the Carter Center. And I've been doing a lot of work around the judiciary, around the justice sector, around the country. He said, "You guys got to do better than what you guys do, because I had an investment there and I was robbed of $50 million plus. I tried to ask him to let me know who the individual. He just said they are in your government. But subsequently, as we build more relationship, I will let you know." So, I mean, and I heard that was about a year or two ago. And now I see this report that my brother Gayman talking about. I just want to ask, my government, and ask all the stakeholders of the government and those that have close contact to the presidency. We need to see these reports in good faith and do soul searching of ourselves, of our system, and see how we can improve it and make it better. Because that is very key. Look, we can have no good roles, we can have this and that. They will understand. But issue of judiciary contracts, those legal issues, because those guys also have, and also have this foreign corruption act situation, from the U.S. Even if an investment from the U.S. comes to Liberia and they get involved in corruption, the American government has the authority to prosecute them also. You understand? So we need to do better. It's good that we have a relationship now with America so much that our foreign minister can meet with the foreign minister for the U.S. and then President Buckeye and President Trump had this nice conversation. I'm hoping that we can take a financial aid to improve on those things that they are talking about so that we can make Liberia a better place through private sector investment. Even like Mr. Cummings we're talking about. If Mr. Cummings takes to the country tomorrow, or Mr. Moloba takes to the country tomorrow, they had to first try to ensure that this country judicial system is showing a sign of being transparent and accountable, and that the public, the Liberian people, must have trust in the system, and before the foreign people will come as trusted people. The final thing is the issue of poverty. Yes, the people are poor. Even if you bring investment here, if you can't create jobs that people will earn and save. I was talking once on this one. I was talking one with somebody from the government. I said, let's calculate your daily expenditure. How much do you spend on transportation from Pinsville to Monrovia and back? What do you eat for lunch? And just look at your lunch and your transportation every day to and fro from Pinsville and back. Then just add your Monday rent you gotta pay for your home, and see what percent of that is your salary. Then you know whether you are gainfully employed or just employed for being employed. So it is important to improve our economy so that people have purchasing power. So that when people invest here, they can buy their items. But more besides, we can make Liberia a production zone that we can put things on the market in Africa and the rest of the world. And I always say the area that we can focus our attention in Liberia that can make us to begin to get some cash in our hand is through agriculture. Agriculture, if we really emphasize and we are deliberate and intentional about investing into agriculture, supporting our farmers, turning them into cooperative, turning them into mechanized farming system. It can be sophisticated farming, just basic tractors. So, if you need 20 men to work in a space for 2 days, that machine can work there in 30 seconds or in 30 minutes, the place clear. So you have bigger farms, produce more, eat some and sell some. If farmers can produce rice, produce beans, produce peanuts, produce pepper, eat vegetable, right? Look, let me one simple analysis. Every home in Monrovia eats pepper. Imagine that a home will spend $10 Liberian, maybe as low as $10 Liberian every day to buy food. Imagine you have 10,000 homes, just for a purpose of discussion. 10,000 homes will have to spend $10 every day to buy pepper. Who is a producer? Who is in Liberia that's able to produce pepper to feed Liberian people like that? So imagine if we have people who are investing in just that kind of pepper production, vegetable production, people will get money. They will have money in their hand. Then when they have money and want to do things, they will not be misled by politicians who don't know much, who don't know better, but only have cash in their hand to spend cash to influence their vote. Because if I have some money, I'm going to be exposed to a lot of things. So when you tell me vote for me, we're asking you, what can you do? What's your capacity? What's your ability to lead this country in the way that my business I'm doing will progress, will move faster than what it is? Not just because you say you got plenty money, so you make you president. President says not about how much money you get, it's about how much skills and knowledge you have about governance and how you can improve your economy so your people have purchasing power. When I say somebody country, if the country is developed, and I'm about the skyscraper also, is the economy, what people can, the people who are able to get things for themselves.
That's correct.
So let me stop there. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Nagbe, the information we got said Chinese investor accuses NPA managing director of fraud and criminal mischief and deception. This is what the complaint is coming from the U.S., from the Chinese to the Liberian government. And then when you have the president is under such a pressure, and then you look at the U.S. Department here, what it's saying here, even if the company came to invest in Liberia, you will not make any money because there's no money in the country. The average person, they are destitute. It's a low purchasing power of the people, the population, due to widespread poverty. And to make matters worse, if you invest in Liberia, okay, your legal contract is not protected by the law.
Yeah, Johnny makes a good point too. The favorability of the climate to investment. Look, Liberia is a small country. Now we are 5 point something million now. How many of us are working? And so even all of us here, you want to do a little business in Liberia. You know what we all go through. The purchasing power of people is very, very, very limited. And you go in town, everybody is selling peanuts or selling, fried plantain chips or stuff like that. But we don't have, most of our economy is mostly based on, extraction. Even the extraction, the mineral they are extracting, we're not insisting for value addition. You just take the raw material and ship them overseas. But we need to find a way to empower our people so that their purchasing power is enhanced. And a lot of people in our country don't have more than $10 on them on a given day, and so how do they go out to buy? People are they're preoccupied with just being able to eat something for the day. That's the extent of their struggle, just to be able to eat for the day. If that is going to preoccupy you, how are you going to talk about, buying something other than food? Most of people can't afford it. So yeah, and what we don't understand is that kills the government, because now you don't have taxable income. A lot of you don't have, because you survive on mostly taxation. the more people who have to spend, the more taxes you generate, you generate revenue. But it's not happening. And then the whole investment climate that we're talking about, I mean, the examples abound. The most major one, recent one, silver mining, we all know what happened. But based on that, most of our legislators got sanctioned, you know. And then in recent times, excuse me, there's this investor who was all over on every network here talking about his experience, in Liberia with the George Solo and the rest of them. I mean, naming names, you know. And all of us we experience it. You go to Maria with a little idea, and most of the Queen government, they want a share in what you have without putting anything on the table. But all of that, it drives away investment, and the country in the long run, the country hurts. You know, only because if you people want the quick upfront benefit, instant gratification, they don't see the bigger picture where this investor could come in, put the money down, and eventually a larger number of our people will benefit because employment, providing service, all that stuff. So again, you need for our case, you need a government that will create that environment that will encourage people to want to come in and bring their business. Look, there's some countries that I know of that are not as rich as Liberia. And what some of them do, they just take one. I know a country in the Middle East, not in the Far East. They just produce neckties. That's their part of the thing. They produce neckties, and that is the economy. Whatever they generate from that, they send over. So if we don't have enough, purchasing power, make the environment conducive for investors to come in. Somebody can say, okay, I want to move my production over to Monrovia, have people produce, whatever it is. It could be eyeglasses or whatever. I put a factory and employ a lot of people. They'll produce my glasses and I'll sell them overseas since we don't have the purchasing power. But then even the investment climate is not suitable. People coming, people are demanding so much in bribes, to the extent that they drive people away. And when we talk about, where the government could be helpful, I think these are some of the things we're talking about. We understand, people are hungry, they want to eat right away, but give the investor the opportunity. Someone was saying something about, they want to eat a chick before the chick can even grow into a chicken, something like that. Yeah, I think it was Dexter Tire who was talking about from Koba Chop to Koba Swallow, something like that. The man,
Don't milk the calf.
exactly. I think it was Alex Cummings. You're right. You were saying so, but I will put it down. But those are some of the things we're talking about. Some of them are not really that complicated. It's not rocket science. If investors are not coming in, you're not generating, generating income, having, revenue, taxes, and all of that. The government suffers. This government being almost 2 years now. They can't get it from anywhere. They're not getting it locally. They're not getting it internationally. They're not getting the help. And this is why they're under the microscope, because there's not so much to go around. The little thing that's trying to pounce on little something, it leaks to the press because there's not much there. So, but such is our, such is our situation.
Seleke, let's move on to this topic. Nima County District Number 7, Musa Ability, Hassan Ability urges House to expand the audit scope to include 2018 through 2021 amid transparency push. He is saying, listen, if we're going to do the audit, let's do it. Don't do spot check. Don't just do this year, that year. Let's go from 2018 and include everybody and everything. Your take on Musa Abilities, his push for a comprehensive, at least from 2018 all the way up to where we are.
Yeah, is very, very commendable, and I like chairmanability consistency on this issue. But unfortunately, he's just an individual, and bulk of the people in the house that they don't want what he's asking for, and I don't know if there's a way he can, because I don't even know if they still have that rule of law caucus together. If they can really partner with that rule of law caucus and get other people on board, because the politics at the legislature is more about vote. You being able to lobby to get other people and convince them, and all of that. But he's very consistent on the issue. And surprisingly to a lot of Liberians, they thought, he would be one of the lawmakers that will oppose audit, and will not want people to audit the legislators because of his, business background and all of you. But he's been very consistent with this, and I hope he can succeed. But we have a small country, Mr. Gayman. And not like we are lacking of the manpower, we are lacking of smart people. There's a school here currently called the African School of Governance. And the last time I heard about that school was the time Mr. Johnny came here, and he told me that Dr. Moruba is a professor. Not even knowing that one of my friends who is a Congolese, he's attending that school doing his graduate. And recently, a few days ago, he came here and he told me, look, bro, there's a Liberian guy who is teaching us, he's a professor called Moruba. Do you know him? He said, very well. He said, that man is so good. And Moruba told them that he participated in the election. And he told me what Liberians are doing, they can give him the opportunity, to lead the country and what have you. Because Professor Lumumba, your friend you brought there on the show, he's a professor there too at that university. Yep. But again, these are the people we talk down on. When I may go from district to district, counties to county, and make the case for a real leadership, like you women, you're a small boy, you not get vote, you not get number. These are the people who look down. You not get number. Every day people not get number. And we the people, we make the number. You, me, Mr. Mr. Nagbe, Brother Anthony, and Mr. Johnny, all of us will come together and rally beyond Somali based on what they can do. And that's how we can change this country. Some of the things we're talking about here, Mr. Gayman, they are basic things and our right to have it. For example, access to electricity, internet, running water, and security. These are things that you should not be asking your government to do for you. It is a right to have access to these things. But for us, we are the depriver of this, and then these are the same people we put our energy behind, go on the social media and protect or defend it all of the time. This country right here, Mr. Gayman, nobody, no matter how you pull, how you can afford, you will not give an excuse here, I'm not paying my electricity bill because I pull. But people that get money abroad, they'll tell you they can pay bill, electricity bill. And it's very affordable. At the end of the what you use, the meter is there. You put inside. If their current go here, meter, your current finish, your meter, the money your meter finish. You go and recharge. Internet for whole month, 31 days, at $25 USD equivalent. Whole month. And do you know what they're taking our internet for? Right in Cote d'Ivoire, our neighboring country. It's called Kana Box. This is why they're taking our internet, bringing it all the way in East Africa. And they make it affordable for the people. And everybody they get one. You don't, since I came in the country, except for the rural areas, you don't see hemp on here. And these are the things the politicians like, bro. They don't be running.
You find hemp on me, jiggling Africa, rural park.
You can see everybody you get running water in your house. And this is Africa. You just need a leadership, visionary leadership. And
Seleke,
yeah.
Let me help you. And Kigali is a difficult place to construct.
Exactly.
Everywhere is a hill. So I imagine how the guys are working to construct water lands all in the hills. And I mean, everything. And we got a very flat land in Monrovia. Easy to construct in Monrovia. Go ahead, Seleke.
Yeah, the hills, and that's what they call the lands of thousands of hills. Kigali.
Yes.
And you get Moali in Monrovia there, the man gives few houses, water there. Oh, Moali is doing what? That kind of mediocrity mindset. Everybody here, they get water, and they don't brag about those things. For them, they even thinking how they can empower their people. How they can empower their people. But at the end of the day, again, every one of us, whether ruling position, opposition, every Liberian, we have a role to play. And I will close on sometime in 2023, and I always narrate this story. There's a town in Nima, just forgetting about the name. 8 human beings left in the water, Mr. Gayman, including a 3-week-old baby. Up to today, nobody knows where that baby body is. What would give a woman, brave man, to take a 3-week-old baby and put on her back to go fishing, if not our ship? And buck of our people. The last time all of us here, I think Mr. Johnny was in Nima, he called some women, they on the call. They don't even know that lawmaker. They say we are lawmakers, so we don't know that man can be here, or we don't know. But time for election, they go there and give people money, they vote for them. And when you talk, they say, oh, you women, you're not politicians. You don't know about Liberian politics. So those of you who know about this politics, how you guys have been able to make a difference in the lives of other people. Basic things that all we're asking for. So Chairman Benete, he's been consistent on the auditing, but unfortunately, I'm very, very, concerned about his success in this fight, because he's just an individual. Look at the idea Fonati brought up recently. The UP people started attacking and say, Nana, you get all the ideas. So even if now he get it, once it's good for the country, we embrace him and support him for it. But they say no, because you are speaker, he didn't bring it, so now they not get time for it. Even if it's good for the people, that's how we think.
Thank you. Johnny, the Bassa people got a parable. My old man used to tell us.
I thought you were coming to me because Johnny spoke already.
Okay, I'm coming to you because I'm looking for wisdom here. Johnny, be short on this one. My old man used to tell us, he said, when you're 5 men and you're going to cross the water, the creek, so the first person go and he goes under. The second guy goes, he goes under. The third guy goes, you go under. The fourth guy goes and go under. The fifth guy, if you follow, you are a fool.
Yep.
Turn around and run. Tell the town people there's something in that water that's making the people to not come out. Either they can't swim or something is grabbing them. I'm saying this to say for those of you who want to go to Liberia to help build the country, if a man that you went to school with, that were trained here with you, went there, he gets to RIA and his whole CPU erased.
I know, right?
Your cousin gets there and the whole thing happened to him. And your nephew went happen, even the women, your niece went over there. Even the women are doing even worse than the men. Then do you bring someone like Victor now and you say, you know what? Let me just stay here and stick with the school district, do my teaching. Because for some reason, someone asked me the question yesterday, I think it was Mr. Gay. He said, with all the success in management that you have, you don't think you will succeed in Liberia? I told you, hell no. If I don't have the support system, like Seleke was saying, you will just be an individual. So the university here in Florida gave me 150 laptops with 30,000 books, and I took it to Buchanan and gave it to the folks there. So upon leaving, I told them, I said, all the donors want will be for you to give me a letter of receipt. Give me a breakdown of what you got, how many computers you got, where you sending them, who got them, so I can go back and tell the folks that I didn't sell it. I overstayed my flight for 2 weeks. At the end, the gentleman who was the head said, listen, we are not going to do it your American way. We have our own way of doing it. That's the problem you got when you come from America. You want us to do things the way you do it. The man made me to overstay my stay there for 2 weeks. I left Liberia without a report. I came here before they sent me something, said, thank you very much for the general donation. That was it. So I'm saying this, it doesn't matter what you do in the West. If you don't have a support system like Musa Benete, if he doesn't have enough lawmakers to see it his way, I'm afraid he's spinning his wheel. Honorable Johnny, go ahead about the support system needed to succeed.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, this is how sometimes, from the sociological perspective, we analyze society. Everybody in Liberia complain about corruption. Everybody in Liberia concerned about audit. Now, and everybody put their finger at legislature. Mr. President is saying, let's audit. He alone blowing that whistle. I thought by this time, Brete as a representative in the House, raising that kind of concern, Liberians will get out on their own in the mass, in the numbers, and say, this is what we've been complaining about. Somebody is speaking about this. Let's march on to the Capitol building and demand that there be an audit and full account of our public funds and how they're spending the money. But everybody is saying that. You know, he just told a parable. One old man in Lofa told me one parable. He said, all of a sudden here, we know who is stepping on the needle. But we don't know who's on the needle. We're looking for it all around. We know that Gayman is the one that is sitting on the needle we're looking for. But we're looking on Nagbe, we're looking on Gay, looking on other people, but we know exactly it is Gayman that is the problem. So that's to celebrate people. Sometimes I tell people that they don't really know that it's suffering from corruption. I think they can just talk because people say corruption. I think Liberians don't feel that corruption is a problem for them. Until we can recognize it and know that it is actually the problem we have, then they will act. Seriously. Because anyway, if we knew, we knew that corruption is a problem, and somebody is saying that work for accountability in the legislature, the first branch of government, and everybody laying back, nobody cares who contaminated. So who are we? That is why in this country, let me close. Last time I stated, Liberia is the first country in Africa with the lowest IQ. And until we can graduate from that level, our approach towards our social problems will be minimum. Thank you.
Okay, guys. On my end, if you can put a number, I'm coming to it. I'm coming to
you. I want to add something quick. 1 second, please. Just to add on to what Mr. Johnny said, did you watch a video today at the House of Representatives? The acting clerk, that man been hiding behind the chief clerk. So today the chief clerk was not in session. So they told him to read. They told him to read the communication, but they make him read. I tell you, and these are the people when something happened, they were the test in the house. He been hiding behind a boss man. So today the boss man didn't come to work, so they told him today to come and read the communication on floor. It's on spoon. Go watch the video. Very embarrassing. They make him read communication.
On the flip side, the house itself has been experiencing loud outages. The in-session, the light go out. What did they do?
Hey! Talk about that. That bathroom, it can't flush. That bucket they can use to flush the toilet. The bathroom at the legislature. That bucket.
Lord.
The Liberian foreign ministry, that bucket.
Great. Myean, if you are watching, please put the numbers on. I know about 7:30, 7:35 we should be off True FM. Put some numbers up. Let's take at least 5 calls and go. But let me welcome Robert Garguah. Welcome the young man.
Always in the dark. You know, beautiful city too.
That's why the between the election, you're more too sharp.
The beauty of my office is I have unlike your house of the lower and upper house, I can turn on my lights.
This man, they just beat that man to this going election. A whole body.
And I can turn it back off. I can turn it off, and I can turn it back off. I have that option.
Myean, put a number. Let's take a few calls before we go. But let me welcome Robert. Robert, it's an honor to have you on. We've been talking about issues affecting our country, in particular, what is happening. And we just talked about the U.S. government State Department report on the economic and investment climate in the Republic. And the president looks like something may have happened to him. He may have taken the same war that Saul took from Damascus, going to Damascus to persecute people. And he turned from Saul to Paul. Hopefully, Joseph Walker is finally turning, because he is firing people like hell, the American men say. So we have the managing director of the port being complained by the Chinese government for fraud, deception, for hoodwinking their men. And our reliable sources say he was on the flight list to go to with the president. The president said, no, you ain't going on this one. You got to stay home. Your take on the corruption, the State Departments, and everything else that going, and the investment climate. It says here, even if you have the money to invest in Liberia, low purchasing power of the population due to widespread poverty and inadequate legal protection for contracts. The people don't respect anything that is written on paper.
Yep. So, I mean, the president, like I stated yesterday, and someone got mad at me after the show, said, man, we heard you on the radio talk about backing Cummings' statements that nothing has changed. They would have agreed with Cummings had he said, well, they've made some efforts. And every time you ask, what are those efforts that have been made? They point to things that they did not campaign on. You know what I mean? Like, the things that Joseph Walker campaigned on, the things that is part of or integral part of his arrest agenda. When you ask them about what efforts have been made, we don't hear those efforts. They can't point to those things. And so I'll reiterate again on the issue of corruption. Cummings again was spot on when he said nothing has changed. When you analyze and you dissect what Cummings meant by the word change, and again, I've never believed that this government was a reflection of change or was the alternative to CDC. But the Liberian people thought otherwise, right? But look at corruption specifically. What has changed? They will say, well, at least the president is dismissing people. At least the president has suspended folks. But what happened to those cases that the president of Liberia, the president cannot suspend, for instance, the former finance minister, Twe. The president cannot suspend those who does not work at his will and pleasure. But if on the campaign trail, if all of these allegations were right, now that they have ascended to power, they have the tools, or maybe they do not. They have the power to take these cases further. We saw the media spectacle of Samuel Twe supposedly escaping the country. Well, Samuel Twe has been in Liberia for months now. We saw the media spectacle when he was supposedly in handcuff, going to jail and being given a bill. What has happened after that? All of the major allegations when it comes to corruption of the former government. We saw the bluff of the Access Recovery Team. All of these things they were doing from the genesis of the inception of this government. What major steps have been taken to say we would not just fight corruption with our mouths? We would not just fight corruption by making these political narratives that we can back up or we can substantiate in the court of law. But we have what it takes to do it. They have not moved the needle when it comes to prosecuting all of to the point where there's a new narrative now that former officials of the CDC-led government are begging these guys to prosecute them. If you said that they stole the Liberian people money, if you said that they bankrupt the country, if you said all of these things sounds nice to the gullible minds. But serious-minded Liberians who are interested in the fight of corruption and to see the facts sent these folks to prison to say this is a message that we have zero tolerance for corruption, not just in this government, but in this country. This is the standard. As a public official, when you are appointed or elected to do the people's job, you go there and you're honest and you're sincere. This is the message that we're sending. What message has Joseph Boakai sent when it comes to fighting corruption? He has not. He's not. Suspension means nothing. Anyone can suspend. Suspension is not accountability. Accountability is when one is found guilty based on the facts, and they either have to pay restitution or they're locked up for at least 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, whatever the punishment that face the crime. That's how you send a message. We have not seen that. So when you hear things like what's happening with the with Duklu, listen, the Chinese guy will not come out, and this guy has been very reluctant. He not reluctant. He has been very resilient, relentless in this in his charge. There are pictures that show both of these guys together. And so, if the president is saying, "Well, you can't make this trip based on these allegations," I'm sure the president knows something that we don't know. Why has he not been suspended? What are they going to do about that? Is he going to wait until we let this blow over to suspend old boy? I know that he's a key part of the president's administration, because this guy has been pumping a lot of cash into a lot of these major private projects that's been going on. But what action is he going to take? So when it comes to corruption, I don't think we can't grade Joseph Boakai on corruption, that he's done something differently than George Weah, other than suspending people. Suspension means nothing. It's the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum. You have the evidences. Have you advanced this to court, where your Justice Department, your state lawyers can go to court and say this person misappropriated government funding? But you know the reason why Joseph Boakai can fight corruption? Joseph Boakai cannot fight corruption because Joseph Boakai is the one who's calling the shots. When Heron Costa talked about the president did not approve a $500,000 or $600,000 vehicle, you know it's not a good look on the president. Because the president, again, the buck starts and ends with the president. If Joseph Boakai did not want to drive a $500,000 or $1 million vehicle, however the amount that it was, if I'm president, no one can tell me you have to purchase this car for me. No, I'm telling you I don't want this car. And based on my own values and based on where I came to power and the promises that I made, I don't want this car. Go ahead and get me. I will use the car that I inherited from the past administration. So there is no decisions in Liberia that can be made without the approval of Joseph Boakai. Again, unless Joseph Boakai is just the president that we elected, and he's not the president who is governing.
Thank you.
Maybe, unless that's the case.
Thank you. Let me welcome St. Tomalin George. Tomalin George, this one hit me this morning, actually last night hard, with the managing director and the Chinese national. We discussed this, and we said it from the beginning that this one has the propensity to make this country look bad. And then when you look at what the State Department wrote and what is going on here, the president had to take this very seriously.
Well, it's good. Let me say good evening to everyone. Good to be back. It's happy. Always good to be on a closing argument. But let me just go straight to the question. You know, a few weeks ago, the MD sent me a report. I think I put in the chat room.
Right.
Of being cleared by the Liberian National Police from the same case. But then the NSA was investigating this case too, and the report the NSA submitted to the president. You know, the NSA, they report directly to the president. From what I was informed, it wasn't good for him. And the president, I think, has set up some committee to look into it further. But the Chinese embassy is saying that they are concerned about the citizen. And you know, China. In fact, if you can recall, China suspended some of the projects during at the end of the Weah administration. They had one issue and they pulled back some of the projects. And as a result, they just put a hold on it. When Boakai took over, I think they reestablished the connection and they started to continue the projects. Now, the question is, even though I'm informed that there's Dukle supported UP, he wasn't really a UP member, but you know, most people, they weren't involved in the UP party and structure and so forth, but they supported from a distance. And he one of those I believe I was told that supported the party and the president a lot. So the question is, will somebody said earlier, will the president, if it comes to the point where the president needs to act, will he withhold his acts because of someone who supported him or supported the party for the greater good of the country, or will he act in the interest of the country? Because I don't think a single individual will the president will let that person put his ongoing projects on hold because of that. And one thing I've come to realize is that, I mean, say what you want to say though, but Garguah has surprised some of us in the sense that people that were close to him, very close to him, who are no close to him, he have removed them. Like today, he appointed a guy who apparently he nominated this guy. This guy is now will be nominated to fill the position of Arthur Masakwe, the Bureau of State Enterprises, I think, and that means Arthur was suspended. I don't know.
Hassan Kezulu.
I'm looking at Hassan Kezulu right here. I'm looking at him.
Yeah.
And
he's the one appointed to the
Enterprise,
right?
Yes, concession.
So, I mean, a Bureau of Concession is different from State Enterprise, SOEs, right? Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, it's different.
It's different. So now, with the appointments being made, people that were suspended, the positions have been filled. I mean, Garguah, like you said earlier, Gayman was watching the show. Garguah is getting under pressure, and honestly, any government that's in power going to the fair year, and if they see that things are not going good, especially when it comes to the bread and butter issues in the country, people are feeling the pinch. You got to start acting and to have an impact. So with that, I don't know. Right now, the MD fate is in the hands of the president and perhaps the NSA reports, whatever the case. And if he survives it, I mean, there may be nothing was found on him. But if it comes to the point where the president must act for the greater good of the country over a supporter, I'm sure President Garguah will act for the country and not to save someone's job. So I wanted to think. So coming also to that, so look, we're watching that easily, very quickly. And I said that 2 ministers was asked not to go on a trip. The Minister of Portfolio, Mamaka Belete, and the Minister of Commerce, Madam Dakosa. You know, again, I just found out today that the Minister of Commerce, I heard she has a Basel origin, and she's in the race. They have not come out yet, but I was told by somebody close that she's trying to contest against Yomli 2029.
That's correct.
So if Yomli is running, she will be running against Yomli. She was married to late Dakosa. So we'll see what happens. It'll get interesting. And then, but today, I think what the guy named, this guy submitted Judge Senator Jala. He submitted a bill today calling for a corruption court and a war economic crimes court. I think it's a good idea because the rapper was saying earlier, this government ran on an issue that are going to prosecute people who were involved in corruption, and the CDC official they are daring them. So we dare you guys. You guys said we took $16 billion, we misuse it. You said we did this one, but we're daring you guys. You guys cannot. You guys say you're going to punish us, but yeah, we are. You have not prosecuted no case yet, and the cases are all stuck up in the courts. When you ask them, they say, well, it's a system. You can't blame them. The executive can't force the judicial to act. So I believe that's why Jala is now pushing for this corruption court to fast track these cases and bring it forward. So if you have a problem, if you doesn't agree with the ruling, you take it to the appeal to the Supreme Court. So I think we should welcome it. Hope they bill, and it's being co-sponsored by the Pro Tem sponsoring that bill. And so hopefully that court, if that court see the light of day, it will be a good thing to have that court established. Yeah, so there are 2 bills to the Senate, establishing of the War and Corruption Crimes Court. So let's see what happens. It was co-sponsored by Senator Kanga Lawrence. The court will operate as subordinate judicial bodies under the authority of the Supreme Court. This structure will allow defendants to appeal to the Supreme Court if they are dissatisfied with any rulings. Because Johnny, you were saying earlier that one of the problems people are concerned about when they're trying to invest in Liberia is the action of the rule of law, the judiciary. That's the bedrock for any. You see, in America today, in America, the thing that I've held Trump, they have kept him in check is the courts. Yeah. Most of the federal courts, appeal judges they have blocked his actions. Just that the Supreme Court too. I think the hands tied now. Each time they blocked Trump, they try to get him more power, but then it's becoming embarrassing. The Roberts Court is getting embarrassed that you are putting the country in the wrong hands. I mean, what you are not doing the right thing. So I think that watch what happened. And then another guy today said, I don't know what you guys can, maybe we can talk about it too. He said, one representative from District 3 in Sano, is Noah. He said he proposed reducing the minimum age to contest for legislative seat from 25 to 21 years. I don't know, but we'll see what happens without a bill. But and then furthermore, today the Senate confirmed Minister Sam Steve Queer. And what surprised me is that this guy received commendation from across the aisle. I saw CDC praising him, and because don't forget he was one of the founding members of CDC, 2005. He supported the CDC after the election. I think he went to the vice president, down president, recruited him to work as his chief of staff for 12 years. But today, Sam Steve Queer received across the aisle commendation, and from after he was confirmed. And I think only one exemption, Francis Dopoh, he abstained. But for the fact that he received all of these praises, especially so people like critics are saying that a day right after our vocal talk host, political talk show host Costa called for his firing, he was confirmed, and then the president congratulated him in office today. So president saying, well, you enjoy my confidence, I have confidence in you. And then the public reaction to it was great. I saw people from all walks. I saw people from the ANC, from CDC, all congratulating this guy. So it seems like this guy is I mean, I don't know how you would term it. So we're watching that too. And then we're gonna have tomorrow, hopefully, one of somebody will join us tomorrow. What's his name? Curtis. Curtis. What's his name? First name?
Yeah, D. Curtis is a comedian, but very brilliant guy.
Comedian?
Yeah, he will come. He will join us tomorrow, and he will be addressing several issues that have been trending. He will talk about the issue at the legislature. He'll talk perhaps about the appointments and so forth. And then I think he will speak about the interview Costa had with Spoon. He will talk about all of that. Dick will be he will join us tomorrow, and we'll share some lights on it. And I think the former speaker he submitted objection to the oil blocks and D, but they objected to the one that's going to go to Oranto.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll have somebody here to come and break it down for us too, or perhaps this week talk about that oil block, that the one that was given to Oranto. We'll be discussing it in details to discuss it more. And then right after the former dismissed Minister of Lands and Mines, he issued a post last night, but then on Garguah this morning it was deleted. We know why.
I saw that post last night.
Yeah, we saw it, but she said two things in that post. She said you took integrity over wealth, gaining of wealth. So and then let me end on this. I was telling somebody today. I said, look, the problem I got with our officials, whenever you are dismissed, right? For instance, the president is covered by Article 56. He has the right to fire you, whether you're doing good or you're doing good. He can fire you. That's why they say you serve at the will and pleasure of the president. You cannot question him for firing you and removing him. Some people are saying we should investigate why the president fired him. Man, no, you have no right to do it. It's in the president right, in the constitutional prerogative to fire you or suspend you. That's why the Constitution gave him that power. Article 56 said you serve at his will and pleasure. So when he said to one like Johnny, you going? So he got out and said, well, how they call him? We want pay. They post you too straight. They post you don't let your male principle. You like to do any kind of thing. So I want you. Now, what you can do? They can take to the various platforms and make it and explain what happened. But if you wait after a few months, then it died. Then you come to talk. Then it already it's dead. Even with Torgbean too. Torgbean, he gets some legitimate concern, a reason why he shouldn't have been fired. But now, if you wait after months, when he died, then he won't appear. It defeats the matter. Even though the president right to fire you, I will, on his pleasure. But you got why the key thing is still hot. Come and tell people what happened. Let the court of public opinion make their own judgment on it. So posterity will judge you tomorrow. But if you wait there after months, then you say you can't talk, it's a waste of time. So far, that's I mean, I think I just can start from
Yeah,
there.
but Tomalin, just
But
because the
I think that
president,
put out a statement though.
Statement
Yeah,
line,
but
no.
statement we're talking about.
Interact with the public. Let public ask you questions. Let public engage you. Let people know. Because look, the only thing about election thing is drawing the code of public opinion. If you sit down and be quiet, when the people go to cook out, they drink a drinking tour, they talk about you, they say Anthony Gay, that man mind the being. But you know what, Anthony Gay, I was looking at somebody telling me today, Anthony Gay, I would say you did well because I heard that they beat the guy who you were on your ticket, my friend Leon. I heard they beat him a wild margin, but you got a nine votes defeat, and my friend Myean, he got 10 vote defeat. It's not bad though. Not bad. It's not bad. I mean, you guys put out a good fight, but your president, the chairman who was running for chairman, he got whipped convincingly.
I mean, everyone got whipped on the same team.
Yeah,
but I came close.
But Tomalin,
lost.
Tomalin, just because the president, I just wanted to make this point so that other person can come in. Just because the president has the right to fire doesn't mean that we or the people don't have the right to investigate the reasons behind dismissal. Though those findings cannot, the president cannot be held legally liable for anything. But people can investigate to find out whether or not the dismissal or the suspension or whatever was done based on principle, or was it done based on some spite or whatever. So I think they should do their own investigation.
Yeah, I agree, Robert. But Robert, I see that too. Those the person, the dismissed officials, they have an opportunity to come and be heard. But we are panelists. We are talk show hosts. We can give our views and our opinions on it. We express it. The world listens to us, and then we make it clear. But then for them who are affected, they can come and say, look, let me tell you the fact. I wasn't fired because I performed poorly, because I refused to do this or I refused to do that. That's why I was fired. So so tomorrow the president now he faced that issue. And mind you, the various institutions that can write reports on Liberia is taking into consideration that. They said they would write and say this person was fired based on the refusal to do this or act in this way. It affects the country's image. So again, the president, I would defend the president when it comes to his Article 56. He has the right to fire and anybody if he like you fire you. And look, just look at I was looking at something today. I hope you put that picture up. In Cameroon, the leadership of the country. I see the defense minister in the 80s, the president in the 90s.
They said they protest. The president is sitting 92 years old.
Give me a come out of your show. I want to after the show will turn out.
Did you see the general, the one that was doing all this? I think he was having 90 something, and I saw this and I said, "What is wrong with the folks?" But yes, Honorable George, you are right. The Minister for State for Presidential Affairs, you, myself, and many of us here, we are very inquisitive and we know almost everybody, but nobody knew this guy, this man. That tells you that this is a man who does his job behind the scene, low key, gets the job done. It's not about him. It's not about how many likes he gets. He gets his job done. And that is the personality that you want in that kind of confidential position. So yes, the way he carries himself. If I were there, I would have voted for him, because in Liberia, to find somebody in that kind of portfolio, and he's not there beating on everybody and pushing his weight around, it says a lot about his character. That's why everybody, Nagbe, you have not spoken for a while.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. Let me welcome Chief. Even though you bowed my CMC yesterday, I was looking for him to bring it up. He didn't bring it up. I'm disappointed. I hope you'll bring it up later. But listen, congratulations to Minister Steve Quayle. I said here repeatedly, we went to school together. We hung out. He was in my posse. Used to be Simon Stevie. He's always been a very cool and calm and collected guy. Even back then, in our days, he's always like the mature one among us. From there, he went for ELW and all that. So I think he deserves commendations, and I agree with Tomalin. I think he's one of those guys who cuts across all the aisles, So congratulations to his confirmation. Chief talked about the corruption code. I think the last time the Dylan was here, he mentioned the kind of the rationale behind these kind of things. I think Freddie was talking about the RIP code or something like that. And because they wanted to fast track some of these cases, they thought to take out and set up a specialized code. I think this is the same thing they're trying to do to the corruption code. So, I think it's a good idea if it goes through. I'm glad that the pro tem is signing on to it. Hopefully that will give it some gravitas and kind of move it along. But the corruption case at the Capitol building, I agree with I think it was Jerome who was saying, Musa is not getting the support that he thought he would get, not only in the legislature but from the Liberian public. It is really amazing how much our people have become immune to these acts of aggression, financial aggression against our people. You have a bunch of 103 people sitting at the Capitol building and just take upon themselves to take and take and take, and nobody steps to them. Nobody. And so Musa has come on and he's been saying it. We come on here. I've had this on my byline for months now. Order the legislature. Luckily, it's picking up, but that is not what we're looking for. Yeah, we're looking for a much broader audit. I don't know why they want to go from 2022 to 20. It doesn't make sense. Only because they're trying to avoid bringing out the bones in the closet of some of the people in the executive mansion, and they're still around being in the legislature in 2018. If they want to audit the legislature, we think they should go for a broader audit. So hopefully it's going to pick up. Hopefully we're going to pick up support along the way. But with the CMC is committed to, if nobody picks up, we're going to take to the streets. We're going to continue to highlight this issue. That legislature is a filth. It's a cesspool. I have friends in it, and I know they don't like it when I say it. I don't care. If that means our friendship will go to rot, let it. But if they're my good friends and they're serious about the Liberian people, they will agree with me that that place needs to be audited. And so the fact that they're picking it up, I'm glad, however minimally, but I think they're signing on to it. But we urge them to broaden the scope of the audit. That house needs to be audited. So we're very happy that it is coming up. We'll keep highlighting it, until something is done. Something has to be done. Something has to be done. We cannot have these just 103 people, and they just come every budget year, they find something and put it in there. They just take and take and take. And what do we get out of them? Practically nothing. Practically nothing. So I'm glad that, we're picking it up. Hopefully, other people will sign on to it. And eventually, we think we will get the attention that it deserves. But we need to find a way to streamline our expenditure. The government is hemorrhaging. We don't have the revenue. And you have these people, all they do is take and take and take. It's untenable. It's unsustainable. And we have to find a way to blot it out. We gotta cut it out. So I'm happy it is coming up. Congratulations to Honorable Musa's ability. I saw that the former speaker signed on to a note to his dear colleagues note asking the government, the legislature, not to allow the Oronto deal to go through. And they give the history of Oronto's involvement in the oil block situation. I believe we'll talk about this later on. But these are some of the things we look for from our lawmakers. So we're glad that people are in there who are beginning to lift some of these issues, because our people are being robbed broad day, and it has to stop. So, Chief, welcome on set. It's good to have you. And we're here. We've been waiting for you. We're happy that you're well, and thanks for joining us. But thanks also for every time you come in, you kind of give us updates on what is happening in government. The situation with NPA, we talked about it briefly before you came. You have mentioned yesterday, and look, apparently it's coming to pass just as you indicated. This gentleman at the NPA, apparently he's a bad actor. You know, he's using his proximity to the presidency, and apparently, he's using it, you know, to extort, you know, investors. You know, when he does that, the investor lose, and now people also lose, because now our people who are going to benefit from this investment will not have that opportunity. So it's a loss for Liberia. So we hope that will be rectified, and you know, the Chinese people, I think they intend to still remain here. I hope they're not pulling out, but they have to be made whole. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Gayman, quickly, let me just support Mr. Nagbe. You know, and I will say this publicly. What Representative Bility is doing, I endorse it. If that's what they call that'll be a legitimate protest, a legitimate march, calling for audit of the first branch of the government, and he should should put a challenge to other political parties. If you are serious, join us in this fight, join us in this move to ensure that the audit is done, because there is some audit that former Speaker Kofa called for that got him that caused his job. So now, if a member of the Liberian House of Representatives and a leader of a political party is not calling for an audit of his own, the body he's part of, I think other parties should support it. Other parties should join them, and trust me, they will garner international support. People will say, "But these people are serious," because that's where the audit. And I can tell you though, the reason why people they will try to fight it, but you guys, the people stand by it, because if they do an audit, Johnny, Anthony, Sidiki, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe, they do an audit. Musa said, if they do an audit, people will run the people from all of that place, because you will catch. Because now, all those who have held positions like Ways and Means Committee and other committees in the House, I mean, you talk about say the President, Vice President, the President of Moyi or Nukwe, Alex Talor, all the guys will come in a firing line.
Deputy Speaker,
all of them, Thomas Fala, so they will all come into that line. So if Musa continue to push it, we will dedicate a platform to talk about the cover audit. We'll support that, honestly. Then push it. Other parties can join. We got Johnny from Linu here. Johnny will be pushed to encourage Linu to join it. We got Anthony Gay and Sidiki from ANC. We'll push and encourage the people to say, "You're join it." You see, let's do it. CDC.
In fact, Tomalin, I think I would recommend that every day we should give 10 minutes to ask. We should give 10 minutes to talk about the need to have audit. Even in the 10 to 15 minutes, whatever, we should allow some time to let our people know that audit of the legislature is important, because that is where they have that direct representation sitting and working on behalf of them. So they need to, that audit is important. Okay, Musa get out. Let us take charge. Maybe because of him calling for it, so and not giving support, but let somebody else take charge and let's see it in good faith. Say, look, this is important for Liberia. If we audit, we'll see the wastage and we'll bring about some level of transparency, accountability, and some level of hygiene in our Liberian body politics.
You see what happened in America?
I
come in a bit, 1 minute. What America? Why you think Mike Johnson refusing to install the other woman? Because he didn't that discharge petition. They talk about the SPN case and other things. He playing all kind of games. Now he under pressure. His own block is telling him, look, the government shut down. It's affecting our states, red states. And then number two, we are in charge of the country. People will say, you have the whole country under your control. And then the government shut down like this. So the people will come out, will pay the price tomorrow. Same thing. Why you think if they start pushing for the audit, trust me, because it will affect potential people who want to run 2029, some people who want to run for re-election, it will affect them. So they will push back. But if we start pushing it, trust me, that dynamic will change. Because when they start getting with facts coming up, and one thing, when they start hearing people getting on sanction, because they hear what sanction, because I tell you, America can pour in check. When they sanction them, we'll say we're not running again. We can say we're not in position. Sorry, Nukwe and Abache were about to run for become pro-tem again. They're all running for that position. By the time they sanction there, they withdrew. You see, you saw it. Prince Johnson, when you're living, the main chairman of defense.
National security, yeah.
Say, we can't work with him, man. He felt he dropped from there. So, I agree, Johnny. You should bring people who are masters in audit, who knows about all this stuff, come will get in the space, they can talk about it, and they can look at the budget that have been going around for all the years. You can open that budget up and tell the Liberian people, say, yeah, where your money went. Let it get account of this money that they spend. Honestly, right now, someone else start telling me tomorrow, say, oh, man, what are you talking so? What are you trying to do so? You are pushing what I think too. But again, we have an obligation to our country. We're serious to change our country. And also, and then lastly, Mr. Gayman, you're aware that a federal judge has put a hold on this guy deportation on Liberia, right?
Listen, I want my cousin Garcia to come. You're
not coming.
Family member. You don't stop the man.
It is alleged there's a $5 million deal.
Well,
it is alleged.
I know the federal judge said the man said he want to go to Costa Rica. He said, young man, brother, they want me to Liberia. So let's see what happens. But Mr. Gayman, back to you.
Yeah, listen, man. We are forming a cheerleading squad for Garcia. Garcia, come home to the land of liberty. You got families here like
no, we don't wait there.
You don't want to go to Bassa, you gotta
go. If I'm just get 5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, because Chief had mentioned that the Minister of Mines, the former minister's wife, wrote something in the video. But we're picking up that the minister may have resisted some kind of deal that Esola Metel was trying to push with the other mountain. The other mountain in Nimba. And I think there are environmental concerns. The ecosystem is being badly affected. Biodiversity. The water system is being, a lot is happening. And I understand this minister was kind of hesitant. I don't know how to do it, but there is a mountain called, I think, Ketoma or something like that. That's why we're picking up, even though the president did not say why he was relieved. But hopefully that's going to come up soon. But we understand that the minister, because the wife was kind of congratulating. Yes, Sylvester, what is it? You're showing us something? Go ahead. Welcome. I'll give it up to Sylvester. I think he got some additional information.
You crossing the river?
I thought you were going to go live to see your president leaving for Paris.
Oh, man.
He left tonight, right?
He have not even picked up the plane, just going on the runway.
It's on a private jet.
Professor, who's playing? Brussels?
No. I think it should be a kind of a special private jet from
a private jet. They would say that the French president sent it for him.
No, like charter flight, not private jet, charter flight.
Charter flight is what? Not private?
No, not private.
Private is Sylvester. Charter flight different from private.
No, it be charter is private.
It's private, man.
The private jet is different from the commercial. The commercial flight, they can.
Listen, when you want to take taxi from Monroe to Bassa,
you can charter.
I want everybody to go with me. It's your private car. You pay for all the seats there. It belongs to you.
Whenever you
are right, it's private.
I'm not for a fight. That is correct. Whenever you take something to your son, it's private.
No, Pewee, I'm not saying but the distinction I'm trying to make is that a private jet in itself is more expensive than a commercial charter flight.
Listen,
you probably know what you're going to argument again. Let's get confused now.
What they confusing now?
Mr. Gay,
no, listen. Okay, no, let me get you what private jet is, right? A private jet is, for example, Mr. Gayman lives in Florida. He has a private jet that he bought. It's parked only for his use. Correct. And if I'm traveling to the U.S. and I ask Gayman to use his jet, that is a private jet that Gayman sends to me. Whatever we arrange to pay for, I pay to Gayman. If Air France is a regular flight that flies from Liberia to other places, and we want to fly on Air France, a smaller flight, we arrange with the Air France and let us have the smaller flight. That is a charter flight.
Look, anyway, Kagadi, go ahead and close. I know it's late over there. Go ahead.
My name is Seleke Kromah.
Oh, okay. Paul Kagame Seleke or Seleke Kagame. Go ahead.
The man name is ANC in name only. That's the name we know.
Okay. How many New York going to get
Mr. Nami, you refuse to address the resignation. You got to address it before you go. You don't want to bring on board to replace the person who resigned.
You see, they meant for the G. So gossip from Kigali.
Well, I like that song. CMC, what is the song? CMC, what is the song? I didn't see the song.
I was there the Myean play.
Yeah, Myean play that song, man.
For the people, that's the song you like.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
ANC gonna steal our song. Don't sing it.
I love that song. I saw the video that I saw play that song hot.
What song hot?
On a fair note,
CMC is not right now. I'm a fuck.
On a fair note to close, CMC is not acting different from what President Baga is doing. President Baga suspend people without giving reasons. CMC, they can accept people resignation without giving reasons. People resign. It's not, yeah.
We gave you you didn't read the letter. The letter gave you the reason.
You didn't tell her why the person resigned.
Yeah, the person resigned. We have a ideas.
Yeah, I think it was a great show, But I hear Brother Tomalin talking about once Chala from the House of Senate introducing a bill to create a corruption code and that of the War and Economic Chronicle. So I just wanted to ask, I thought during the first year of this president, they said he passed the War Chronicle.
He wants to separate the two. The war chronicle will be different, and the economic chronicle will be different.
But the one the president said they passed, we don't even see nothing.
Praise the people for the one they're trying to do at least.
Oh,
come on. But we don't see nothing here. You say you passed war chronicle, nothing we see. Nothing. Prince doesn't come. The whole conversation about war chronicle is just.
On a serious note, right? So they give me a good point. I tell you the truth, right? If they don't act on the war crimes code, election time, if Baga is running, they will use that against you.
Even after recovery.
After recovery, that the fight one.
Even after recovery, it just seems that those guys, they are scamming and bringing people. And for Costa to come and be making an excuse for the president and blaming everybody in it. The sad thing about that whole Costa appearance was to put Gracebraid me in a whole conversation, knowing that they making talk for himself again.
I tell you.
And the man decided to pay the 10 million vida in Lofa to surprise the president because he knows very well Gracebraid will not win.
That makes sense.
And and defend himself. But again, your goodness is almost 2 for my end. And Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nanda, I'm listening. You have to give us the reason for that resignation.
Listen, you can't hear after.
Wait, you're not listening. You're listening. You're not listening.
Listen,
I'll be listening.
We're discussing about 3 a.m. your time.
Mr. Gayman.
During the graduation, TCO receive a special invitation. And I want to be on that tree.
When the graduation?
Next December.
Okay, yeah.
I think we got enough time to save some money.
Mr. Gayman, before I was tuned my daughter, so I couldn't be on the show at the time, but I was tuned. Mr. Nagbe was saying, there's something, this, that. I want to come now. I'm here now, Chief. Uncle Nagbe, I'm here. But what I thought you're saying, and nobody said anything wrong, and if anyone to get or know the rest of the story, basically it should be the one, because you actively got into the politics before most of us here, if not all of us, if you will. And you're one of those progressive boys, and actively.
It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
I am waiting for the zinger. The zinger coming. Go ahead.
One of those progressive boys.
And we respect you.
No. I respect his role as a progressive.
There you go. You come and hit you way below the belt. Watch out when you hear that.
And I come to the fight that the progressive brought about.
Pewee, fire, man. Fire, Pewee. Don't waste time. Fire.
The fight that the progressive brought about political pluralism. and the democratization of our country. It's something that we always give to them. But if certain progressive will want to misinterpret or ignore the line of history, and trust me, the ghost of Garguah Matthew will haunt that progressive on a more serious note. But I just want to
wait now. Is this swearing? Is this swearing? Oh, what is he saying?
No. I'm just saying the ghost of Garguah Matthew. If any, no, you guys have done anything wrong, right? So if you didn't do anything, Garguah Matthew ghost will not come for you. But let me say this to remind you to say no. This is how we're doing it. Listen. I want to believe it is on the basis of the number. This is not something I want to see or not. I got a lot of respect and I know the role you play. You are a very smart man, very educated man, balanced, well-rounded, very thoughtful.
It's coming.
And
I think I should say thank you because I'll forget some of the things. Thank you very much, Sylvester. I appreciate that.
Yes, and so, but I just want you to, if you
that,
if the reason of the progressive at the time, Mr. Nagbe, was on the basis of ideological belief. Is that correct? Is that correct?
He putting you on the hot seat.
So is that correct?
You want to witness stand.
Yeah. Yes. So if it was on the basis of ideological belief, something that I myself do respect and believe in, what do you have to say about, because you said this, so we should come on, and I came on for a look at this, about this resignation thing, vis-a-vis relative to people having belief and people reading the letter of resignation that came to your party. Do you believe in that letter that said structurally your party believe you are not aligned, your party is structurally not believing in the realistic concept of what is unfolding today in the country? In a relatively very short period of time, one will have to just take another route.
Can you read the letter? Can you read the letter?
Yeah, no, he saw the letter. He saw the letter.
Yeah, let me just say.
And I believe yesterday I said it. I thought the person that structured the letter, the party did an extremely very good job, but not going the route of the resignation letter.
Yeah.
Because the resignation letter already dealt with your party.
Yeah.
And then some political party will have responded in kind. But I believe, and honestly, when I spoke with your political leader, I said it was a very good thing that the party responded in said way. But I want you to personally, as a progressive, respond to that. Is that, and I know you'll be mindful, you know, but I want to put you to this spot to respond to that. Would that resignation letter actually descriptive of the party belief? And do you still believe in the party ideological processes in terms of structural movement?
Look, I'll say
Mr. Nagbe, quickly, let me just say, the CMC on the move, right? As we speak, the guy, Maxwell Smith Tobe, is on the Victoria Sandolo Zulu. So CMC political launch continues. So they're on the move, Pewee. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
Political launch again. Let me say this, Sylvester. Look, I have a lot of respect for Grace. I see her as a younger sister, and she has a lot of respect for me as well. I know she holds very strong convictions, and she's very passionate about her causes. Because I've been around way too long. Jerome and I were talking today. He was telling me I have the patience of Job. I have learned sometimes to be patient. You know, I understand young people, you know, youthful exuberance, you know, impatient. They want it now, and I can understand that. As to, you know, the party response is my response. I can't say anything other than the party response. But personally, my relationship with Grace remains just as it was. I respect her. I love her. She's my sister, and I'm sure she has the same love for me. We talked just yesterday. She is a very independent. You know, Grace was here on this network. You know, she left here because of an independent view. You cannot say that because she left, therefore TCA must have done something right or something wrong. We all know why and how she left here. It's the same situation. And so my party has spoken. I can tell you this.
Do you believe in the description of your party in that letter?
Well, I believe in what the letter said.
You believe in what the letter said?
I believe in what the release said. The release.
No, okay, but the resignation letter.
Asking the resignation letter.
The accusation against your party that
the resignation letter describe your party. Do you believe that?
Let me say this. Let me say this. The founding chairman of the United People's Party, Gabriel Bacchus Matthews, in his last days in 2005, he supported the CDC. He left the UPP. So it happens.
I'm not going there. Do you?
Well, you brought it up, and so. But here's my answer. Here's my answer to your question.
Yes. Do you agree with that letter describing your party, that the party got structural deficiency?
I support the release that came from the party. And I said here, just incidentally, you and I were talking last week, and I said, when the day comes and the CMC and I are diverging in views, that will be my departure. I said that to you last week. This had nothing to do with the letter. I didn't even know this letter was coming. You asked me that very question, and I said to you, the day that I feel the CMC is going in a direction that I feel does not align with my vision for Liberia, I will be leaving. Today, I'm still with the CMC. I hope that answers your question.
Now we're a politician. It does the question.
Mr. Nagbe,
I will not press him further.
No. Nagbe did not dodge the question. The question was Pewee asked.
Oh, he did not address the issue. The content of the resignation.
You don't post a bagging.
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Nagbe, as a political junkie, who follow your poster?
Pewee.
That question was not answered.
That question shouldn't even be answered because it's not worth answering.
Who started the whole process?
Listen,
why don't worth answering? Because why?
Because when you and I apply for a job and we're going for a job, you look at the term of reference, you look at the mission of the company you're going to work for.
Yes.
If the company says we are Nazis, we are anti-Jews, or we are anti-Black, that does not line with your vision and your belief system, and you say, I don't want this job. But you take the job and its corresponding benefits and you thrive with it. Yes. Yes.
Your will.
Yes. Listen, when you take a job and they introduce you to the international community that you are the head honcho, all the corresponding respects comes your way. The honor,
the benefits, the goodies, the travel allowance,
everything that comes with that title comes with you. And then you hold on to the job for almost a year. Then you finally figure out that it does not align with your belief system and your ideology. Then now the question is, you may have been to some degree conflicted.
Mr. Gayman, you doing well. You answered the question already. You said now we'll answer it, but you not answer it in the most simple. So that
that was a brilliant question.
Mr. Nagbe want to do that.
Mr. Gayman, answer our question.
Mr. Nagbe want to do it. Johnny, yeah, you like.
No, but
after what Johnny said, he will answer. You're going to dodge about.
Yeah, go pivot, but no, he didn't pivot.
And that's my point.
I
agree. I agree. Absolutely, with what Mr. Gayman said just now, right?
No, but people. The thing I want to ask to follow is, was she a founding member of the CMC?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So now.
I'm a founding member of CMC. You know that I'm a founding member.
Hey, my man, Tomalin, I beg you, do you put your own aside? You want a bench until 2029. You want a bench. But I'm just saying, if she was a member and a founding member, that means even in the process of writing everything, the script of the Constitution, the ideology was within the system.
That's correct.
You understand? So how come now you are a founding member, you help to put the idea together, the purpose, the mission, the vision, all came out through your hands. So where is the divergence now of our vision for Liberia, different with the vision of CMC? Where's the problem? What is the problem? So I think Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe, as we are on the show, we will live long to be on the show. They will one day tell us the actual cause of what has happened in the CMC. But however, my sister Grace will be coming to us. I will talk to her. Let her come back to us so that we can reconcile and move Lanu forward.
Oh. But you think the vision were aligned now with your vision? You think we're aligned?
No, Pewee. You meant realign, right? Because you were there before, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You think it will again align?
Right. It will realign. Can you realign what was not aligned?
No, but she did not leave because of ideological difference.
Why did she leave?
I know, we know that. They don't tell you, but we know that. I'm the only reason.
Tomalin, yeah, you see the man telling, oh, we should tell him what happened there. Now he's saying he know what happened, but he won't say it.
But honestly, I don't know how the structure going to be, but Mr. Nagbe could be a very good team player.
Excellent.
Maybe he could be the cause of people rethink. Some of us rethink our reconsider our decisions. Listen, on a serious note, I mean, therefore, and the reason why, so now the progressive are those that basically mentor. They are the mentor of the new progressive, and that's why we give to them that. Even in our mantra statement, our revolutionary mantra statement in terms of their establishment, because the progressive brought about political pluralism, to multi-partyism, and the rest of those things. And the neo-progressive also believe into political pluralism and multi-partyism, but more or less, the neo-progressive believe in giving to the mass base of the people. That's why we say we think that we're speaking. So the mass base of the people that's the mantra, in showing that the massive will always should be the one that we should visit upon them. Glory, the issue about livelihood and other things. So it's the same thing. It's a struggle for emancipating the people economically. So so Mr. Nagbe and I, we from the same business school of thought, but the only thing is that it started ahead of us as our seniors. And that's why even the new progressive statement during the founding of the new progressive, there was a statement of recognition for Backup Matthew and the progressive that they promoted the issue about multi-partyism. We emphasize that it's in this, the preamble is there, stated clearly. And also, honestly, those sometimes we can crash. Not about that can be politically. I can never crash with Mr. Nagbe in terms of the respect. He's far my senior, I respect it, and he's a very brilliant intellectual on a serious note. Beyond him sitting on this show. So sometimes when we have different alignment in terms of politics, sometimes they're good at word alignment.
I know it's alignment, but so likewise, Sylvester. I've always said it here. Every time I come here, I'm excited because I learn a lot from all of you, especially you. I mean, you have a lot of experience in government.
Let's see. That's not what they show about. When you guys
we need to have
they all start agreeing the show will die. We don't want your no kumbaya. We want
I know, but all right, let her 2 seconds of kumbaya moment. So Sylvester, likewise, my brother, lots of respect. No. But look, there's few things I've learned in my lifetime. One, I am not inclined to let perfection be the enemy of the good. You have to adjust and accommodate. Does that mean you compromise your principle? No, because you are looking for the greater good for the greater number of your people. Mm-hmm. If, for instance, you may have to at times sacrifice your own feelings and your own urges, your own desires for the greater good, sometimes you take one for the team. And this has absolutely nothing to do with the electoral resignation we're talking about. I'm just telling you some of the things that drive me. So I hear you. We've been at this for long. I know you come from a very progressive community. I respect you for that. Sometimes you and I we disagree, but in any case, I think it makes the two of us better when we leave here. So lots of respect to you. So I will say this and then I'll pass it on. The CMC is less than a year old. We'll experience growing pains.
Oh, yes.
We had a very long meeting last night. And what I told the team was, look, even whatever was being alleged, whether it was true or not, there is always an opportunity when the situation like this presents itself for you to hold a mirror to yourself and look in the mirror. Is there anything in there that I don't like? This is an opportunity to correct that. That's what I said to the team last time. The chief was on the line when we had this discussion, and so we are going through growing pains. We'll continue to to make adjustments and improve things here and there. I'm not saying we are perfect. No, far from that. So yeah, we will have situations that will challenge us, but I think as far as I know, so far, I think the CMC is doing a lot of good, and I think it has the potential to do a lot of good for our people, and that's why I'm still committed to the cause of the CMC.
With that being said, that is the voice of the great Nagbe, and we are saying here, guys, let's talk about the screws that are killing us in Liberia.
The great Nagbe.
Yeah, I just want to make a closing and go, Mr. Gayman.
I want you to address it before you close.
Okay.
The proliferation of drugs into the Republic of Liberia through civilian bull waterside is a major issue that we have to address. It was on there today, and guys, we have to address this. The drug is killing our people, and bull waterside, for whatever reason people try to sugarcoat this, we have a civilian problem.
Mr. Gayman, drugs, the fight against drugs does not end just by arresting drugs. This is deeper than just arresting drugs. But if you talk to people who work in rehab, it takes at least anywhere between 6 months to 16 months to rehabilitate one person. And there's also challenges that they can snap back. I don't work in that field. That is not in my area of expertise. But I can tell you for a fact, when I saw a president who doesn't use drugs demonstrated to the Liberian people and the world on live broadcast feed to do a drug test, a symbolic movement to demonstrate to the nation how serious he is about the fight against drugs. I put politics aside and say it's about time that we take this thing serious. When the president announced that drug was a national emergency, even prior to said no to drug protests, the president declared drugs a national emergency. What is happening, Senator Dillon said this in 2019, that you may overlook this Zoko issue in this country. In 5 to 10 years from now, if we don't address this issue, every community in Liberia will have a Zoko. Since he said that, it have gotten worse. I was shocked that in 2023, when I was doing my assessment to contest the senatorial race in Grange, we identified 8 communities in Zwedju that are considered Zogo communities, all the way in Grange. So the drug issue is not just in Monrovia. It's across the nation. Mr. Gayman, this is a serious issue. And I know people will be saying, oh, the government trying their best. What do you expect the government to do? The government is not trying their best when the people that's supposed to go after the drug dealer, not on payroll, when the people that's supposed to arrest these drugs people don't have the necessary tool to get a job done. The other day, what did we see? 15 pickup trucks for LDA for a whole nation. Like, come on now. Let's be serious. Masarauda alone, 15 pickup trucks is nothing, let alone the entire country. So, I mean, we can say all what we want. Oh, you're being political. The government trying to do her best. That is not true. If the government is intentional about drugs, they will cut down waste in other areas and focus on drugs and find a rehabilitation home to rehabilitate these people and then go after the big drug dealer. They know these guys that are bringing the drugs. They know them. They can solicit help from the neighboring country and say, listen, since we do, joint security stuff with the neighboring country, we need your help here. Send X amount of troops to our country. Help buttress the effort of our of the national army, the AFL, with LDEA. Go after these people. But they are not doing it. When they see one or two persons going down the street, they grab it and they will take it and publicize it. Oh yeah, they're fighting drugs. This is a joke. So, I mean, Mr. Gayman, the drug issue here is a fight that every Liberian should think about. It's not for one political party. But the government has to take the lead. The government has to take the lead, and the rest of the other people will follow. If not, we'll lose the fight on these drugs. And I believe this administration have lost the fight against drugs. So I want to welcome my brother tomorrow. I can't wait. I'm in high anticipation to see D. Curtis here tomorrow. He's a very brilliant guy, and he will address whole host of issues tomorrow. So I can't wait to be a part of it. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll have a great show again today, and hopefully I'll be available tomorrow to join the broadcast.
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Let me Johnny.
Mr. Gay, I say, oh.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Let's look at the.
Look, this Westerner here is learning all our southeastern stuff, man.
Yeah,
from into the southeast.
It's a plant. Listen, Johnny, the drug that we are talking about here, right? They talk about tramadol. Tramadol is a very sophisticated, highly addictive opioid that is synthetic. It's a highly sophisticated way of ending drug. To permeate Liberia through Sierra Leone, regular folks don't manufacture tramadol. This is way bigger than Liberia is thinking about. This is way above our pay grade. This is not crack. This is tramadol. This is at the highest end.
Yep, it's pharmaceutical.
Johnny.
Yeah, Mr. Gay, I want to take you back. The same thing we experienced during the going election 2023. The current regime of UP had a very big propaganda against the regime of President Myean, or former President Myean, that Myean government had a whole country infested with drugs. There are a lot of videos showing around the use as a campaign team to come to power. Now we've gone almost 2 years into this regime. We are hearing now about a more sophisticated, a more synthetic drug coming in the country. So this is to say that drug that my brother Anthony Gay said, it should not be seen as a political thing to talk about. It should be seen as a social problem, a serious social problem that needs to be addressed holistically. And my other thought about it is that when we discuss drug, we discuss Zogo. So are we saying that if we didn't have Zogo, they wouldn't have drug problem in Liberia? You understand? Because every time we discuss drug, we link it to Zogo. If it's not Zogo, nobody else. So are we suggesting that those who call Zogo are the only users of drug in Liberia, or are they only abusers of drug, not users, but abusers of drug? Because then we have two fronts to fight to stop the Zogo population to stop the Zogo population, and to also stop the importation of drug in Liberia. So if we can handle the issue of Zogo, will that handle the issue of drug coming to Liberia? Yes or no? In my view, no. Because there are people in Liberia who are not Zogos that are also users and also abusers of these kinds of drugs. Now, this tramadol is a chemically produced substance that there's no factory in Liberia that can produce such. So it is imported. Now, of recent, we have heard that it have been arrested or confiscated along the Sierra Leone-Liberia border side. We have not heard about the Guinea border. We have not heard about Cote d'Ivoire border. That's a concern. Why don't we have any news about Cote d'Ivoire border or Guinea border, only Sierra Leone border? This is why I expect our security team to be analyzing what is our relationship with the Sierra Leone security instead of Interpol in Forticot. Then we need to have a regional fight against drug. Regional fight. Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Manara Union. What is our approach to save the life of our people? Especially so the young people that are also being used, that are also using the drug or abusing the drug. So it's not just to say, from Sierra Leone, but if it's being arrested from Sierra Leone border, between the Sierra Leone border, how can we now improve our diplomatic relationship with Sierra Leone, security-wise, to work with the Sierra Leone security to ensure that even before the vehicle enters Sierra Leone, on the Sierra Leone side should be inspected. And the thing is that I had all these vehicles will cross the border, everything. The arrest is not done at the border, but we cross the border before we enter Liberia, then we say it got dropped. Because I have been at the border side. I have done some work, like I said sometime a few years ago, we're trying to do cross-border work between Liberia and Sierra Leone on our program. In the three districts of Sierra Leone and the counties of Liberia, from Cape Mount all to Lofa, with Sierra Leone. So the way I see the security work done at the border there, I think that if there's anything coming to Liberia illegally, it should even be detected right in Sierra Leone on their side before entering to Liberia. So I think our drug agency leadership in Liberia need to reinforce its relationship with the Sierra Leone counterpart to make sure that these things are curtailed before even coming to the border to Liberia. Because what affects Liberia affects Sierra Leone, what affects Sierra Leone affects Liberia.
Great. Robert Garguah, are you drinking your wine again? Okay, let me go to that wine. Every time he sips on that wine, he falls to sleep. I don't know what kind of wine is that. Let me go to Tomalin, then I'll come back to Nagbe. Tomalin.
Yes, sir.
The drug tramadol. We are talking about a very sophisticated drug. Is Liberia not just a user-friendly place, but Liberia have to be like a station point, because the kind of sophistication we're talking about, we don't have the money, we don't have the economy to support that kind of drug habit. We either have to be like a station point or something, because these drugs are very sophisticated and they cost a lot.
Well, I mean, the tramadol, during the campaign, they said Kush was leading, right? Now tramadol, but first, let me be fair. I want to commend the present acting DEA boss. I think he and his team has been doing a very good job on the fight against drugs. They've been doing a lot. I think since they took over, all we're hearing is that they have going after, they're seizing drugs from people all in the car parts and been seeing it. And I want to follow up. Hope our guy follow on the George Calando case. We got to follow up. What's the outcome of that case of the trucks? We want to follow up on it. So, but the issue about the drugs, look, again, until we can get the necessary logistics to get these drugs, to crack down the drugs, we'll continue to face these crises. And hopefully they can provide, they just give them brand new and vehicles. The president just gave it to the LDA for the various counties. I hope they use it for internal purpose and to track down these drugs. But at the end of the day, you find out that the main people that are bringing the drugs are people in the higher authority, in the higher echelon of our country. And that's what I want to see. I want to see somebody who will be captured, who will be arrested and put behind bars and prosecuted for that involved in the drugs crisis, bringing importation of drugs in the country. Once we can do that, I think we'll deter to it.
That is very highly unlikely that you have anybody, senior person, arrested for drug. It will be very, very high, very negligible. Even if it happens, it will be that's what the negligible thing you're talking about. It will be hard with them to even arrest anybody at senior level. Look, Tomalin, they have put fear in me so much. 2 times now in the last maybe like 30 to 40 days, they are broken through my car in my place.
Wow.
Broke through, yes, 2 times. And my fear always is
Also, Johnny,
I don't mind.
I can't visit you. To bring my car, I can't visit you.
No, what happened is, I'm not leaving the fence, so my vehicle parked right, by my place. So
I gotta get my.
So
my
Johnny, you live in a
so 1 minute
community?
now. Let me just say something, right? Let me just say something. So 2 times they broke through
So
my
Johnny,
vehicle.
you live in a Zogo community?
I live in Dopoh Road. I live right behind the Crescent Baptist Church. So here what I want to tell you, right? So every time the guy break through my car, I don't worry about what they take from my car. I'm worried whether someone has planted something on my car unknown to me. Right? So that's why when it happens in the morning, I'll make sure I'll clean my car, my children, my boys, myself, will do all around because I know maybe because of some other reason, some other whatever, maybe because on the argument show, sometimes I say something people not like, they want to just entrap me, right? So when it happened to me, it worries me. So I will check my car, check on the seat everywhere. And then I will call friends, I will take photos, I say, well, this is happening. Because I don't know when as soon as I get out of my place driving, I may get arrested by anybody to say, we got suspicion that we can take what got something in your car. And then that will be in Liberia, once the news comes that this person is being arrested for this, that need go faster than if we can try to repel your record have been involved with such thing. So these are the concerns that some of us have with the drug issue, right? Because you don't know what's happening. And these things happen. These things don't overlook it happen when you are in a situation like this. Always think about the other side, be thinking off the box. But the drug issue is so much important that we got to first, let's say, for example, we succeed to curtail Zogo. Does that mean there'll be no more drug in Liberia? That's a question I'm asking. If we succeed as a country that we curtail no Zogo penny again, no more Zogo penny around here, all the Zogo balls have been refined, they are mechanics, they are technicians, they are all good, clean young Liberian people. Will we still have drug problem in Liberia or not?
Yes.
Even if they are technicians, they are.
No. I'm just saying they kind of go got to fight for drug.
Even
All
if
the
they are
guys going to be good
technicians.
citizens now. They're not taking drug anymore. They are being transformed.
Listen, even if they're a technician, you can send them to the best school. They come to Liberia and they're jobless. You still have a drug war or fight on your hand. The reason why people are calling this for Zogo is because they are this is another terminology of being homeless. They are homeless. They don't have nothing. They don't have no job, and most of them are ex-combatants.
No.
You have a lot of
Let me disagree with you about Robert. Look, let me tell you one thing. Between you guys and myself, I got one person I'm taking as a Zogo that I want to transform. Like I said somebody, if all of us Liberians who mean well can take one person we identify and say they want to work with him for the next 5-6 years to transform. I got one person, one fellow, one young guy. Every time I start Dopoh Junction, he will come to me and say, let's go sit down and talk. This guy has a kid. This guy is 23 years old. They got him for a war. 20-year-old man at this time, he was born when the war was just ending. Right? So, now coming, right? And they got not homeless. They got told me his daughter is with his mother and father in Bassa, in Wakatown. Right? So I said, so why are you here? This young man tells me that he stopped in the 11th grade. So then I asked him, why are you in the street? Why are you doing this thing you're doing? This is a man who I'm working with. I want to ask him more questions to teach me why the various kinds of drug and how does he come in contact with the drug. I got told that as I said, I will trust a Liberian to take one person that I don't care where you come from to see how much I can go with you to transform you.
So why is he in the street?
Well, that's why I'm studying now. That's why I'm here. I'm studying with him. I'm asking him more questions.
That goes to my point. I'm not saying all of the folks.
But he's not homeless. He got home.
I'm not saying
he got home. He got parents.
Why is he in the street?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I'm still working with him to know what's happening.
Homeless. When someone is in the street, they're homeless. I'm not saying that they don't have a place to stay and lay their head, but if you're in the street, you're homeless. I mean, there's no other way around it, right? And so not all of them fought war, but most of them. Most of those kids that, if you really did the analysis, most of those kids have been abandoned. They are in the streets. They have no head, no tail. The government has forgotten about them. They have no jobs, and and some of them have seen drugs as a means of survivor, right? And that's the point that I'm making. So I'm agreeing with you that if you fought the battle with Zogos, you still have a drug epidemic to deal with, right? Because again, the people who are into this area, they you know, they have the plan, they understand how this works. But I know for a fact, since we went through this civil crisis, as a government, as a people, we have done absolutely nothing to identify victims of the war, because those child soldiers who were forced and coerced into picking up arms, they did a lot of things. Those people ate human beings, they killed human beings, they took in substances to make them do these things. They were forced to do these things. And we as a government, since the war, it's been all of these years, what national plan have we put together to
None.
address rehabilitation and
None.
reintegration? We have
None.
allowed these folks, we have allowed these children to grow up home street as street kids. Many of them left they were kids as young as 7 years old. They used to call them baby, people were calling baby killer. You had 7-year-old kid, 10-year-old kid taking arms, doing very, very despicable, dangerous things. And after the war, what do you do with them? How do they become productive citizens? We have not addressed that. And so many of them
Right.
have gotten older. Some of them have had babies. You cannot take care of yourself. You don't have no training. You don't have no academic training. You don't have no job. You don't have no hope. They are hopeless. So I'm not saying all of the folks in the streets are Zogos, but again, to address this issue coming from war, any responsible country would have looked at ways of rehabilitation and reintegration. When Katrina happened recently, the state had to invest money into rehabilitation. There were people going through trauma from what they went through. People lost their homes that they've been staying for decades. These things are very important. Some people were killed by white people just because they were black, and they thought that they were coming to steal from people's homes and things like that. So we have not done anything to address this whole drug thing, and
So
and
you are correct.
it's not a rocket science to see that Joseph Boaga promises made during the campaign has not worked. And I won't even only blame Joseph Boaga, and I'll close on this note because Sylvester got to come in. I won't even only blame Joseph Boaga, because I'm told in 2024 the government has inserted $1.9 million in the effort to the Kush Must Go project. When the budget went for recast, that 1 point something million dollars were cut to $426,000. I mean, 75% cut. So it's not just the government, it's not just the executive branch of government, our loudmouth politicians who are making all this money. What are they doing? It has to be a concerted effort. They're not doing anything.
Well, Pewee, for those of us who from the social science background, we know that these children, they are second generation warriors. They were born addicted. Their parents that took drug through the semen, through the mother, it comes through the placenta, the baby becomes addicted before he or she is born. And then when the child is born, all it takes is to be triggered by something and the child becomes an addict. So yes, you do not have to have been in a war physically, but when you are born with a disease in your system, it's just a matter of time. And this is what we are suffering from. These kids, they were addicts. Their parents were in the war. They were giving drugs. They grew up on this stuff. And they are now doing the same thing. Like you just said, a young man is an addict, and he just had a baby. That baby will be an addict because the child is born. Pewee, you can chime in here.
Oh yes, I think because that's a tendency. It's just like if you were to move into New York and live there all of your life, you'll be a New Yorker. You'll behave the way New Yorkers normally behave. That's the saying, right? And so that's one of the things Socrates said. The child is born with a blank mind. It is his environment. Basically, the child will have to grow in and adapt to those
those kind of a way of life. But that is a serious problem in the country, and I would advise I would even advise my brother here, Johnny, that there's no need of parking your car outside your yard if you don't have security there. Other than that, you have to be prepared all the time. They will be breaking into it. No need.
People are the security or worse.
Yeah, no need to do that. So my advice to you, if you have, and I know that's a routine around now in the country. They have a lot of parking lots. People doing that as a means of business. I think you can find the nearby parking lot close to you, and because it would time to time unfold. People will come and break into your vehicle and all those things. So for me, if I'm not in a fence, the best way to do is to actually find some such. But the drug system in the country is alarming, and you're right, Mr. Gayman. It's a generational problem. It's a struggle that the country will have to take a very drastic and rapid and some draconian steps in mitigating this problem. But other than that, we headed for serious structural problem in the society, and every society is affected. Every society, every community rather in the country will have to have some drugs problem. Imagine the kids with something. Given the guy found comfort, and most of them now find comfort in the graveyard, in the cemetery. They would find comfort. They will go sometimes. They find maize, and some of those graves that have been there for a very long time, they would dig into it, and sometimes, and just go all the way down. Sometimes the casket says on their youth, and then they find themselves there where they sleep. Some of them they sleep. They will gather food around the place and sit and sometimes eat, and then get the drugs, abuse it, and then go back. They find out means go back in the community and do what they can do on that regal and return with the proceeds of what they will. It's a mission. And sometimes some of those people are based there. Some of those girls that move along with them will get pregnant there in the kind of area and sometimes give birth in this kind of a very dangerous condition, if you will. So it's a system that is in the country that the government will have to put into place a very great reform mechanism will have to be deployed. It's a concerted effort. It's not, and it has to be done by a serious-minded government that's prepared to do what we ought to do, and it's going to be a serious thing. And if care is not taken, if this thing were to persist for the next 5 to 10 years, unabated, my fear is that there's going to be some serious threat to the country moving forward. So we ought to do things to protect the country moving forward, and to do that is about time the government do some rapid intervention in trying to stem, if not curving it, but to stem. I don't know if it was completely stem, but we can curve it and see the way to move the country forward. Other than that, the country is headed for problem. It's a system. It's a system issue in the country. It's a failure problem. The system failed from certain level. The guys are, and the way to get the drugs now is, and we have a lot of those cheaper ones that we will bring in the country, definitely across the border in Sierra Leone. They got the Kush, they got the Tramadol, they got this, they got that, they got a lot of them, So there's this problem that we have to engage the system. So in that, you can be in your house if you're not in a fence, even in the fence. Someone will be brave. If they feel that the fence is vulnerable, they will want to penetrate. But if you're not in the fence, it's worse because let's agree, you got a fancy thing, you just do things, you go in some community. Oh, my sure, yeah, just not against you. Yeah, against you. The guys, anything that they hang on will take it. The pop top side will take it. Pop top. Yeah, it's battle.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Yeah,
an issue that it has the multiplying effect. It's not going down because Zokos are having children are being addicted, they are more addicted, and it will just continue. Well, guys, we've been here almost 4 hours. Let me ask the Johnny, you got to go to bed before they break into your car. Close so you can go wash your car.
So,
Make sure hopefully it's still there.
Yeah, thank you. I want to appreciate our audience. I mean, up to this hour, they say following us from wherever they are. I mean, they got a show running, they got a show going, and because of them, we are here. So I want to say thank you for listening and thank you for following. I also want to appreciate my fellow panelists and our moderator, Mr. Gayman. This Bassa man is trained to be a moderator. He knows how to bring the energy and how to elevate the discussion. And I must commend you. It's a very good thing to be on the show. And like Rainbow can rely on the closing argument to always get the balance and untinted, unfiltered. I mean, how you can say, Pewee, you're the journalist, and your man, Joe Mobile, used to say. But anyway, thank you, and I appreciate everybody who join you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe going to sleep. It passed his bedtime. Let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin going to sleep also. Oh, there you go. My man, don't eat too late. Listen, this is what we're saying.
My man, you told me your wife told you to eat at 4 o'clock. You're eating at 6. I'm
man, and look at it's almost 9 o'clock. You got to eat early.
So
Let's go.
Let me do my closing.
Do your closing, Victor.
So how you want to go?
Yeah, let me go. So you can digest the food real good.
Thank you, Raul.
Yeah, but great show always, man. Great job, Jerome. You're doing a great job. Phenomenal. Great job. But I just wanted to disagree slightly with Pewee. Yes, I agree that this drug epidemic is systemic. But where I disagree is that people create systems. And I think our politician has failed. It's not the system that has failed. Our politicians has failed because whether it's Unity Party or CDC, I have not seen any government with a robust plan that is backed by the investment, right? If you had $2 million, $2 million is small. This is a fight that we must fight with everything. We're talking about maybe 20 to 25, $30 million annually to get this thing under control. So our leaders have failed. When you look at the
So
appointments,
why you disagree with me on what I said?
I disagree because you're saying it's a system. What I'm saying is people create a system. So
you
I want
didn't
to
get me. I said we need to build a concerted effort. You didn't get me. Probably
but you
said what disagree or listening to me.
No,
I said we
listen
have
to
to
you.
build a concerted effort to work. Everyone have to be involved. I didn't talk about system. I said we have to build a concerted effort. I didn't talk about system not failing or system working or system. I said everybody got to get involved into this. It's a serious problem in the country. So next time,
I think I heard you.
Well, then you will not.
I think I heard you. If you go back at the end, I think I heard you talk about it's a system. We need to engage the system. The system has failed. That's what I don't agree with everything else you said. I also heard when you said it has to be a concerted.
So I didn't
it has to
say
be a
that. But we can
concerted
go
effort.
ahead.
But again, I want us to emphasize that our politician has failed. That's what I want us to emphasize. The people that we have elected has failed. I think that's a more accurate statement because they are the ones who have failed to put the budget in place. They are the one who are cutting the budget for the fight against drugs. They are the one who are tasked with the responsibility to create policies and enforce them. They are the one who are tasked with the responsibility to hire the right minds to lead that sector. They are the ones. And when you looked at all of these key areas, they have not done a good job. You can't fight drugs, Jerome, when the institution meant to fight drugs are also fighting amongst themselves. You can't, that's not possible. So the president has failed on this issue with drugs. I think we should just cross that off. The president has failed on the issue when it comes to corruption. And the president is failing on major issues. And people have continued to ask, when will we see the needle move when it comes to the arrest agenda and when it comes to everything that these guys promise to do better than CDC? When are we going to see the needle move? I don't want a reactive president. I want a proactive president. The president should not act when he's under pressure because the criticize George we are for acting under pressure. I want a president who acts because it's the right thing to do and not because he's been told that he has to do these things. But it's a great show. Thank you.
Well, guys, listen. Victor, There was a brave man in the Joseph Weicker government a couple of months ago that came up and said, this drug thing, we cannot win it because it is lucrative. Our ministers, our directors, our big shot in government, they are all benefiting, he said, from the judiciary to the legislative body to the executive. They are benefiting. This is a guy who was a deputy minister or deputy director. The next day, he was cut.
Yeah, and I think that guy's name is Gui Fokpa. I think
There
that's
you
the
go.
guy.
Thank you.
He was dismissed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Victor, close.
And that is exactly the point I was going to make about the mixed messaging coming from this government. You know, I think that Anthony was the one who indicated that he was very pleased when he saw the president go and do a drug test and all that. You know, I think he was trying to telegraph to us, you know, that he's going to take this matter seriously. But ever since then, we've had all these fits and starts at the LDEA. The place is under supported, understaffed. They have, you know, they got volunteer people working there. You know, are you kidding me? Drugs is a lucrative business, and you're going to throw agents to fight a battle with no money where people have hundreds of thousands of dollars on hand every day. You know, the president has made so many changes at the agency, but we don't see the change. You don't see the results, and I am just really baffled by this apparent lack of understanding and capacity to deal with this problem. But it is a menace because our future is being killed out. Most of the young people who we will leave this country to uh, are all being consumed by this. Is a very serious matter. But I don't know if this government has the capacity or the willingness or both to resolve this problem. And if they've done the same thing over and over and then nothing is changing, I think they need to rethink the strategy. But whatever the strategy is that they're employing right now, it clearly isn't working. And the results are all in the streets. You know, it breaks my heart, you know, to see so many young people, so many families being you know, it is a problem. But I want to thank you, Jerome, for again, like everyone indicated, for being at least the one who's over the past several months who has always coming to open up the show while the rest of us are joining in. Thank you very much. Thanks to the platform for the opportunity every evening to come here and talk to our people. We're not claiming to be the smartest people. You know, we just have the opportunity to come here. Some of the stuff we're talking here, they can do better with it. But we thank God for the opportunity to come in here and talk to our people every day. Hopefully, in some way, we're making an impact on helping to improve our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pewee.
Oh yes, yeah. Thank you again. I think a lot of things moving up in the country. The president started, first and foremost, it's never late if a leader is is elected by the people, and I wouldn't be the one to come and say the president has failed on the fight against corruption. To fight corruption is a very, 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 very tough thing. The fact that you have the muscle first and foremost to begin to reprimand people from the administrative level, because the fight against to see the president fail against corruption, no, that may be an unfair statement to the presidency. Because first and foremost, Mr. Gayman, we have to first study the decision. Sometimes the president will have to take. We do have three separate and coordinated branches of government. If the president do take action against his executive members, sometimes it left the court to put that case on the docket and the move to expedite the issue to be tried in court. The president does not. And again, one of the things we normally don't take into consideration is that the president does not have control over the court system. The court system is being run by a different branch of government. But the fact that the president, in some cases, will. So for now, he has not failed the fight against. And if one is linked to this, the president moved to take and suspend. The fact this leader is doing that, he should be commended for that on a serious note. If you can have the wherewithal to do so, it's the beginning of it. What we can say now is if, again, and I learned this from the Lawrence Kamara case. And that's why sometimes we have to be very careful and remove the way we sit from outside government, just on the criticize things. When Laurent Comment was indicted at the time, taken to court for corruption, Madame Salif moved to take actions. But he went, Madame Salif dismissed him, but he went and won that case in court. Because some accusation about people perceiving you to be corrupt may not necessarily be the case that you are corrupt. It will have to be proven in court. So if the leader is, the moral ground is where the president is taking the action, the presidential authority he got to administer that presidential authorities. I'm suspending Mr. Pewee because he's alleged to have engaged in some unscrupulous activities. Is alleged to have engaged in those unscrupulous activities, or he alleged to have engaged in malfeasance. Now, that decision on the part of the president is presidential administration, it's presidential power given to him by Article 56 that officials said at his will and pleasure. But did Pewee actually get involved into the malfeasance that will equip to corruption that can be tried and sentenced, or so that's another case. If you cannot prove that, but sometimes the president will move to take decision, not necessarily that those people are corrupt or the rest of that. So again, it's a big debate. But the fact that he's taking some action, if he holds this decision, now look what we hearing here. Some official of government, they have alleged to have gotten involved into some unscrupulous activities. That unscrupulous activities have not yet been defined, but the president moved to remove them from his trip. And I'm going to believe they're doing some internal investigation. I mean, that's leadership, to be very frank. And we don't have to be part of this regime to say, if the president is exhibiting leadership, we should move to commend the president for exhibiting leadership. That's leadership. Other presidents didn't do those things. So the fact that he's taking decisions in said direction should be commended on a serious note. And I will end here by saying the country is headed to a level. Look at what what is unfolding now. We started seeing, and yourself, Mr. Gayman, you spoke of this, you did set some comments. We started seeing some reshuffle. Government is meant to be reshuffled sometimes. If folks are not performing well, and Mr. Nagbe said something quickly when he started out trying to bring this, that now the guy Ottawa Bubi was appointed, he was assistant minister, and part of this executive management fine is part of the reshuffling process. They're taking him from the assistant minister of, I think, mines now to assistant minister for energy. It's part of the reshuffling, and that's a structural issue in government where certain folks are not performing well here. You try to take them and ship them and also to see how they will perform. Does not mean that they are not effective or so. So that is a general thing. We, the policy people, we that rep policy, we that rep political science, is allowing government to function. It's just obvious that you will have someone deployed at this institution, they're not performing well, you ship them and say, okay, maybe you performing, but I want you to. Now, in some of those cases also, the person is performing, you want to see if the person can ship to the next ministry. And that's every leader. He did that several times. Charles Dange Taylor did it. In my time, when I started understanding government, Taylor did that. Madame Salif did the same. I didn't see much of that during the Weah administration. I didn't see that. But if he started that now, Boakai, but to say, hey, I will reshuffle continuously. And if the president carried the first phase of reshuffling and there's no effective push on that, then he will move down to start dismissing other people. But I think he started proving some serious presidential power, and he should be commended by that in terms of the bureaucratic proceedings. And bureaucracy is deep. Bureaucracy is very large. Bureaucracy is understandably a structure that will have to come from the chin as to how we move through the gap. So I think we should commend him for taking some decisions. Then wait and see what the court is going to do if these people are now indicted. But being perceived to be corrupt does not mean you are corrupt. So I've seen cases of sort work with GSC on that. Audit report also does not necessarily mean someone can go to court and get indicted or get convicted. So I've been around for some time to understand the nuance between those things moving forward. So have a very wonderful night.
Thank you. Chief, take us out.
Yes, quickly, and the show. But let me say this. People, as we are talking, somebody just said that the president is really on fire. You're going to see more actions in the coming days and weeks. So let's see. We see.
Tomalin, can I before you took on? Can I say something real quick, please? Mr. Jerome, I think this is important.
Go
You see,
ahead.
this is what kills us, and I think this is part of the reason why we, government after government, we have not been successful because we applaud the bare minimum. That the standard has been set so low to the point where we are applauding or we are making an attempt to commend the president for either taking failed ministers to the next ministry or changing them with another new minister. This is absurd to me, right? The president cannot be on fire because he has decided to either replace folks who have not performed or he's taking folks who have been ineffective to another ministry. I think this is bad leadership if you ask me, because the expectation is that when we make these appointments, we are making appointments based on based on an idea. Give me 1 second, please. Giving an idea to perform. Most of the folks that the president has appointed, sadly, based on hearing courses, they have not performed. They have not performed. Who appointed these people? The president did. And the president cannot be on fire. We cannot applaud the president for dismissing people he appointed to perform. They have failed. The fact that they are reshuffling, it's not a bad thing, but it also points to failures. When we see issues in all of these key areas, it points to failures. It points to the fact that they did not have, their strategy in place when it comes to who needs to be appointed that aligns with the president and rest agenda to give us the kind of result that they wanted to give. They have failed. So let's not attempt to applaud the president because he has removed failed leaders. I think the president should be ashamed that he appointed people to begin with that either he did not know, they did not follow the proper vetting to ensure that they had the merits, they had the achievement to achieve what he wanted them to achieve. I think this is sad. It's sad, and it points to the fact that this government has not done much in the 2 years that they've been in office.
Thank you.
Tomalin, before you come in,
Let me
before you come in,
quickly.
a few seconds. Sadly, you see, people outside the bureaucracy will understand it from different lenses. But realistically, we have to have people that understand government, governance, and public policy vis-a-vis relative to the president position as Article 54 and 56 is stated in our Constitution. But again, they have people always want to come in here and want to say, hey, I want to create that without not understanding what is going to happen. No, that is sad for the country. The presidency is meant to put people in position. Who does the evaluation as to who is performing in government? The Constitution says the president does. So to take someone from this position to that position does not mean the person fail. You're trying to enhance the person's performance base. And that's why the Constitution is so effective. And the framers of the Constitution were very intentional as to how they structure this issue. This is not a back and forth thing. It's a partisan matter. It's
No,
a
it's not.
matter.
No, it's not.
I gotta close. I gotta go, please. My point is this.
Georgie, just 1 second, please. I beg you.
I gotta go. I'm rushing to go.
I will not talk again. 1 second. I want to be here.
I will not talk for long. The issue is this, right? Look, honestly, that's why we said closing argument. We praise where and praise is necessary. We criticize what is necessary. Honestly, this president, I mean, I may not be a fan of him, but this president, you can give him credit for his action you have taken in recent time. Yeah, man, I think we got 20% already been dismissed or suspended, and when it linked to corruption, he's taking action on them. He's not letting them stay there. So let's give him credit. I mean, he may be slow, but he's acting. On a fewer note, he suspended people involving corruption. He put on suspension 10 and to the LSCC. It's up to the coast now to perform their act. So I give him credit. The fact that he's acting, he was ordered, but he's not doing reshuffling. When he started acting, then he said, "No, I gave him credit. He's acting. You said with and pleasure. He had confidence in you and nominated you for appointment. If you perform poorly, you're not performing well, you're involved in something, he fires you, he suspends you. So I think I gave him credit. So with that being said, look, we should understand this. Garguah is seated honor as the officer of the Constitution. He has the right to fire and dismiss at his will and pleasure. For the fact that he has acted, people were involved in certain things he's acting, give him the credit. Okay? Some people need to go right now. And I heard that 3 or 4 is key people are on investigation. That's what happened with that investigation. You see you act. So let's not, honestly, people said the former president, because he did not act too much like this, about one of the reasons why people felt that he lost the election. that the code of public opinion. Okay, you act. It can be even people that are close to you. When, for instance, who knew that Abdullah Kamara from LTA, who knew that Adam Masco from SOE would have been suspended? These are people who are close to the president, who will enter his bedroom anytime. Okay, but he suspended them. You see, so I mean, when the person acts like this, you give them the credit. It's not. I mean, so we can let not play politics with it. Okay, let not be politics with it, because at least we see some action being taking place. And the fact of the matter that if you are sedition or ANC person, maybe once you oppose the UP, you crazy Burger argue crazy, he argue crazy. The hard politics been going on. That's how you see happening every day until we reach that point where we can make a decision based on being objective and being fair and honest. We'll continue to travel this way. But quickly, let me say this. Please, our young employee Myean is graduating this weekend. We're trying to raise at least $500 for Myean. Please, whatever you got, don't be, you gotta put your name there. Don't be afraid, don't be ashamed. You can send it to the cash app for Myean. Myean have doing a good job for us. Please cash up the money at this address for Myean. Want Myean to please support Myean. Let him have a nice graduation. Can't be working the closing argument and say your graduation, you need to get what does your graduation say? You need to get nothing there. Trying our best. They pay Myean getting Myean shouldn't take a pay to go on graduation. He pay for he and his family to support help a mom and things. So let us try our best. Even at $5, $10. I mean, your widows might just make Myean happy. Please, that be a blessing to Myean. Please, I know the dean of the cabinet will coordinating this. Hope he will conclude it, but I will all contribute. Please let me Myean happy. I beg you. In fact, one of our staff, he had to travel to Ghana to go for surgery. Something they're keeping our thoughts and prayers. He in Ghana for surgery, and we pray that he will come through. They're keeping our prayers and pray that he will have a successful surgery and he'll be back to work soon. But let us please be a blessing to our young 18-year-old Myean who is graduating from high school. Myean has done a good job. He's still doing a good job. So I want to end with this. Just help Myean. Please, whatever you got, please help Myean. $5, $10, we appreciate. $20, we accept it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll get a Myean tomorrow.
Listen,
tomorrow we'll get a Myean. So
let me say this, Mr. Jerome. This president, if Tomalin wants to commend the president for replacing failed leaders, that's Tomalin's choice. If Sylvester wants to think that because he's working government, so he has a monopoly on the bureaucracy and the workings of government, that's his choice. My choice, though, as a Liberian, is that I will not lower the bar. I will not continue to lower the bar on these kinds of decisions and actions. Joseph Boakai dismissal of certain officials does not benefit the people in any kind of way. And you know what? You know what's going to happen? 2 years from now, we'll be in the same space that we are in. Then what becomes of these dismissal? We need government. We need to applaud government for acting on serious matter that we see serious results impacting the lives of Liberian people. This is not the case. The president has a responsibility to appoint. If you make the right appointment, you follow the processes that you put in place, appoint the right people based on not just partisanship and friendship, but based on merits, we won't be where we are today. The president cannot replace someone because they've been successful and say, you know what, you've been too successful in this area now. I want you to go be successful in the next ministry. That's not how it works. The reason why these guys are being dismissed or replaced is because they've been ineffective. Who appointed them? Joseph Boakai appointed them. So if they are ineffective, it points to the president ineffectiveness as well, because he made the decision to appoint them. You cannot fire, you cannot bash like Henry Kosa attempted to do the last time. You cannot bash Mamaka ability and save the president because he appointed Mamaka ability. You cannot say the president did not want to ride a $1 million car, but they were forced upon him because it's his decision to ride those cars. You cannot do that. So I cannot applaud this president for dismissing failed leaders. They have failed. That's the reason why this government has failed. Not much has changed. And this has nothing to do with bureaucracy. This has nothing to do with the Constitution. We know what the Constitution says. The president appoints and fires. We know that. That's not my point. My point is the president has appointed failed leaders, and his decision to remove those failed leaders, in my book, cannot be commended. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, guys. Let's do this tomorrow, same
Yeah,
time.
Mr. Gayman, we'll do it tomorrow. I just wanted to push on this issue because that is most important now. On this now, finding something for the picking. Well, so we're going to get to him tomorrow. If what we can do, I'll try to struggle in the chat with Holly. I said no one is coming. Also, what we're going to get tomorrow, we're going to just send it to him. What we can do to give to him because his program is actually on Friday, and I started the whole thing. So I thought that we can take some time, maybe tomorrow, and see what we can do, and then get it off to him.
Okay, I'm sending $50 over.
Thank you, sir.
So I already sent my little thing. So I mean that's why I'm not saying anything. But you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, but congratulations.
So we will review everything then because the target is something everything there tomorrow. Then we will just whatsoever that will be. Then
but thank you for spearheading the effort, and thanks to the team.
But we'll get it to him tomorrow because his program is actually on Friday.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night. And best to Samson.
Yes.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir. And repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government like Pewee an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, Hey, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.